Okay, looks like we're live. How's it going, guys? It's been a minute since I've done one of these reaction vids. So let's get into it. We got Plant Geezer pulled up. 4 forms of activism, 1 brutal reality. Britain's animal industry. From our friend Jake Plant Geezer.
I can't change that.
If you could change it, would you just abolish this and wow?
End the animal fetish.
So there's this thing I'm sick of hearing.
Yeah.
It's in the comments, and they see the farm video or the slaughterhouse or whatever video, vegan related, and they'll go, "You wouldn't go to a halal slaughterhouse." So then you send them the link of me or someone else going.
That's a UK thing, I'm pretty sure. But it is very frequent in all those streams. People talking about halal.
To a halal slaughterhouse. Why are you so aggressive? Why do you bully the sheep?
Why are you in the property without permission?
You wouldn't go to a halal shop. Well, first of all,
and Jake really captured the voice. That's how they talk. Let's hear it again.
Why are you in the property without permission?
You wouldn't go to a halal shop.
Exactly like that.
First of all,
you can hear it through the comment. You can hear it.
Why would I care whether someone's Muslim, Christian, fat, thin, black, white, Asian, Chinese, Hispanic, Hindu, Sikh? Why do I care about that? A bully is a bully. So a bully to me is someone who exploits and bullies the vulnerable. So why do you have to bring religion into it? You won't go to an Islamic one. Well, number one, I've been there 3 times and I'm on my 4th one now. So what I'm going to do is, for all the trolls who keep giving it that about halal, I'm going to go to a halal place now and walk straight in. And then hopefully you'll stop going, halal. Also,
but that's what they do, Jake. They can't stop.
And then hopefully you'll stop going, halal. Also, what are you like differentiating these people? Are you saying that they're dangerous, or are you labeling a certain demographic in a certain way? Because I'm certainly not. I'll treat them all the same. So I'd have a think about the words, and also I'd stop wasting your time on vegan videos if you're going to start defending the bullying and the exploitation of little sentient creatures. So I'm going to go to a halal slaughter place now, walk straight in, and hopefully that'll zip up a few people.
Hello savages, my name is Plant Geezer and I travel to UK, shining a light on what most never see, the animal bullies and their facilities, where innocent, defenceless beings are exploited for flesh, secretions, skin, entertainment and testing. In this video, I visit a dog shelter where 9 dogs died due to neglect, 2 halal slaughter sites.
Jake Squared. What's up, Jake?
And a cow farm where animals are confined and used for human selfishness, all in the name of profit and human oppression.
Yes, I don't know what this thing is about. Halal. Halal. There we go. Ooh, come in.
What's up, Brett? Nice to see you. Guys, hit that like, hit the subscribe, and also do it for Plant Geezer here. Go ahead and link it, because this is kind of a long video. This one.
Oh. Another docile. Anyway, this one's shut. They're going to think I'm a bin dipper. If there's one thing I've learned about halal, they operate early. Yeah, all shut. I mean, it's not even late now, but I've obviously missed it. So, mate, is this halal, this one?
Sorry?
Is it halal?
Yeah.
Is it? Mate, is it true? I've heard some stories, halal is like better than normal.
Yeah, it's halal is better.
So better like the treatment of the animals.
Because all the full blood is
Drained.
out, yeah.
Is it?
Look at that. Avian flu measures. They got to have that on their door.
Yeah.
Well, how do they do it? Do they like slit the neck?
Yeah.
Because apparently with halal, when you shoot them in the head, they could suffer.
No. It's only cut.
Yeah.
Small cut.
Halal is promoted as no suffering, yet many insist on no stunning before the cut, keeping the animal fully conscious. Yet when asked if they would prefer a bolt gun used on them personally or a slice to the throat, they would choose the bolt gun.
Is it bad, or is it okay to watch, or is it not bad?
No.
Can I have a look?
We're finished.
You finished?
Yeah.
What time do you do?
No,
Because I want to like work it out, because you hear stories like anti-Islam things.
You know, it was actually Jake that told me in our interview about how they've got the floors painted red.
Halal is bad, and then the halal people say no, this is better than this.
That out.
And I love meat, man, so I like to know like it's good quality and stuff, you know. What time do you do it usually?
What's up, Taiwan?
normally 11,
How are you?
half 10.
Is it? Yeah, I want to see it, man. Do you reckon they'd let me in if I ask?
Sorry?
Do you think if I ask, do you think they would be okay?
Yeah.
Really? Wow, okay. So shall I ring them, or shall I just walk in?
Yeah. All right.
Just really?
Chicken, yeah.
Is it? Yeah, man. Shall I have the number, mate? Is that all right? Can I do it?
In the UK, around 20 to 25% of all animals exploited for their flesh are halal slaughtered, of which 12% are sliced open while fully conscious, with no pre-stunning. 1 in 3 lambs in the UK will fall into the hands of a halal slaughter worker. This is not to imply that any other methods are acceptable. These are just facts.
I'm just interested, man. Do you know what I mean?
It's all right, no problem.
Thank you, mate. Nice one. Wow.
So it's probably chickens then? They get hung up by their feet on this conveyor belt thing right here. Maybe.
Definitely going to come back here.
Could be a lamb slaughterhouse too, I guess. He was talking about
I
lambs.
was going to walk in, but he reckons. I mean, look at that. There's all hooks there and everything. He reckons he'll let me in and have a look.
What's up, Felix?
I mean, look at that.
Are you on speaker? Should I talk to them? Oh, thank you, Taiwan. Appreciate you. Yeah, let me know if I should talk to the subway people. The Taiwanese film 12 Nights was awesome and very, very sad. 12 Nights. What's that about? Just you only? Yeah, chickens. He was talking about lambs, though, so I wonder if it could be. I don't know. Some slaughterhouses, I think they do multiple. I don't know.
This is, it's literally like the back of, I mean, look at that. It's right at the back of the houses. What a docile, man. Look at this. I can't believe, like, how calm he was. He was just like, yeah. It's just chickens, just slit the neck. Yeah.
Chickens.
Give me a call. Give me his number. I didn't expect it. I feel like I've just, yeah. I'm not going to jeopardize that. I ain't going to jeopardize it because Obviously, if I can get in and they'll show me, then that's even better. Bullying facility coming up. Get ready. That is the slaughter.
Because he was talking about lambs because they're often associated with halal slaughterhouses. You know how badly this place must stink? And they have people living right near it.
Like, look at this. Houses. That's the M5. That is the slaughterhouse in the middle. I mean,
12 nights.
wow. That is the bullying facility.
If it's by Ong Lee, that is that's one of the best filmmakers, I'd say. For sure. What's it about? Oh, shelter dogs. Is this a film or like a doc or what? Well, anyway. I think Ong Lee made my favorite movie. My favorite movie, I'd say, well, one of my favorite movies is Lust, Caution. That movie is phenomenal. If you haven't seen it, check it out. He also did Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. That was a beautiful film as well. He did Brokeback Mountain, also goes without saying. Great film. Yeah, Ong Lee is incredible.
In the vicinity of how many houses, man? Wow. Yeah, if you want, mate. Well, I don't know if they're in.
But yeah, they're long. They're long films.
We went to visit these boarding kennels to ask them how 9 dogs have ended up dead while they were supposed to be getting looked after. Officers gained entry to the Hatton boarding kennels in Shifnal, Shropshire in December after they were contacted with concern. Police came across the canine bodies as well as 3 cats which were alive. The bodies were taken to a vet surgery and the cats were taken to a charity. A spokesperson said that there was currently no further police action, but the RSPCA had been informed. The BBC has attempted to contact the boarding kennels to no reply. Billy Woodhouse is labelled as evil by Facebookers, and apparently he even tried to bury the dogs' bodies to hide evidence. Surinder Sangha said she will never forget her niece receiving a call telling her that their beloved Enzo had died after their dog was left in Billy's care. He died with no explanation. What makes matters worse is there were reports.
Jake is producing good videos. Good job, Plank Geezer.
Of the same thing happening in 2022, meaning this unlicensed bully offended on more than one occasion.
Yeah, Life of Pi, I forgot. Right. I forgot he did Life of Pi. That was really cool to see in the theaters. With the 3D glasses. Well, I'll look up 12 Nights. That sounds cool. I had been interested in going to China for like a year. That was one of my goals that I kind of let slip. But I was very curious to talk to people about what sort of activism would be possible in China. I know I'm talking about, mainland China, which I don't think you can do a lot. Because even like holding up a sign could be problematic there. But in looking into it, I was interested, and there's a great book called Animal Welfare in China. I think it's called, written by a Chinese American guy. But anyway, it's very thorough about what the animal. Actually, you know what? I'm going to show you guys something here. I'll be right back.
So this is where the dogs would have been found dead. They are empty now. Why they died, I don't know. But there's nothing here that tells me that the dogs were in a good state. No beds, nothing like that. I found one bed.
Despite lights and lamps being left on inside the house, as expected, nobody came to the door. Hello, Savage Cats. It is the anti-bullying movement and the jogging journalist. The crazy island of England, the British Isles, UK. I don't know.
It's kind of funny because we were talking
where lots
about
of bullying takes place. Just like everyone.
we were talking about Life of Pi. Have y'all seen this one? Life of Pei Sue. Pei Sue founded Actasia, and this is her biography. I have actually not read this yet. I need to, but check it out. Yeah, very interested to know what goes on in Asia. I know some activists in Korea. There's a few that I know in Hong Kong, but mainland China, I don't know.
Where else in the world? But here we are. Here's the greenery. One of my family members brought me here the other day and showed me some cows.
Hello,
some man-made cows
nice
that were enslaved and captured and are being used and abused in the cold.
What's up, Tess? Yes, he is.
For what? One might ask. Oh, don't worry. It's only for a bit of milk on my cornflakes. They feel the need to violate females. Why violate females, man? As we've seen lately, there's a lot of pushback from animal oppressors. So you just never know who you're going to get, man. Am I going to get a cup of tea or a slap in the head? You just don't know. So when we come here the other night, they were all crying or bellowing. And this is where we stood. And then round the back, we had the babies, slaves. Violation of the female reproductive system. Oh yeah, here they are. They're literally what? 10, 15 meters away.
This is a comprehensive video because we started out at halal chicken slaughterhouse. Then he did the dog kennel thing. Now we're at a dairy farm.
What's that sound, man? What's the matter with them? It's distressing me, man. Because the other day, my brother brung me through here, and they were just like crying. And then I've watched all these documents.
I love his approach. Like, it's distressing me. I was just walking by.
And I'm like, what is going on, man?
Do you think like the industry in Great Britain has taken notice of this? Like that there's this guy, Jake, he just walks up on these slaughterhouses all the time.
Man, it's killing me. Moving, how come? You gotta know, man, you work here. Is it your farm? I've heard, I don't know how true it is, the babies get took off them, stolen, and then they cry all night and they cry for weeks because of the heartbreak. Is it true?
Oh,
you take the cars.
Cannot remember who, but people managed to disgrace a university in China that were doing horrific things to dogs in the name of medical students practicing. That could have, yeah, that could have been a lot of different groups. Could have been Actasia, could have been PETA, could have been, yeah, I'm not sure. you know, there are like sister universities sometimes. Like I have ties to Duke University, and Duke University has a sister campus in I'm gonna blank on the name, Kun Shun or something like that. But anyway, so like what happens at Duke could influence what happens to that sister school in China. What's up, Wandering Mason? How are you? Nice to see you.
Off the cows. Can I have a look? Is that all right? Can I have a look in? Can I just film from the outside? Because I just want to make sure, because you see these things online and you don't know what to believe, but this is local to me, so I'm just like, if it's all good, sweet, you know what I mean? I can carry on with me milk and my cheese. Can I have a look? Can I have a look in?
I can.
I need like peace of mind.
I need peace of mind so that I can carry on with my milk and cheese.
I mean, that bloody hell. I need peace of mind. Can't you answer more questions? So he said, yeah, the babies do get took off the mothers. I mean, like Steve said about the potato farm the other day, if everything's sweet and it's not evil, why not be welcoming and warming to people? You know, it's not like I've come in and gone, what the fuck are you doing? I've just come and asked questions, and it's like very, what's the word? Very stern, very like, you're not coming in. I'm not giving you much info. I'm not telling you much about it.
I know. And you're just looking for peace of mind, Jake. Just peace of mind. Jake just wants his milk and cheese. That's all. But he feels distressed right now. And he goes up to this guy, and the guy won't let him look in there. I feel his stress level rising. I feel stressed too.
I don't know. Surely you'd want to be like, yeah, come and look at our animals, do you know what I mean?
Such a stressful day.
Not a normal moo. Pardon? Where's the mothers? So why they're bellowing? I've heard that when they get the babies took off them, is that not what happens here? No. So you just buy where did the calves get born? Yeah. So when they got took off the mothers at the dairy farm, were the mothers crying then?
Well, they're that young. They wouldn't be that concerned.
Oh, they wouldn't be that concerned. Yeah, that's how it works. Yeah. You know, that's the thing about mothers, you know, they don't really care about their babies if they're really young. It's when they're older that they start to care. You know, when a mother just has her baby, you can do whatever you want to that baby. They won't care because, you know, they haven't developed an attachment yet. That's how motherhood works, right?
I've seen the documentaries. It sounds to me like they're just distressed, they're enslaved, they don't want to be here. Misery. So, opinion or fact? Because I've seen the documentaries, man. Yeah, you've got an open mind though. A lot of people, they're very aggressive when I do this. So thank you. So yeah, would you do an interview, like a quick chat? Because obviously, if everything's fine here, it's sweet. It's like, yeah, everything's fine. But obviously, you know, other farms and stuff, they get aggressive because they know it's a little bit cruel.
Yeah, and it's also, they get a bit aggressive because it's tough on what we do. Because I think sometimes it's swayed that we don't care about our animals.
Yeah.
They have a better life than we do, really.
Yeah.
Oh, they have a better life than we do. This lady said she's 9 to 5. So presumably at 5 o'clock, she gets to leave this place and not be in a cage and go somewhere. But I guess what she's saying is that she'd rather be in the cage 24/7, in a little hutch, and milked and have her babies taken away. All right, let me check the chat. Can we? Yeah. I don't know. America by the mile. Okay.
I know, but it might look like that, but when you're locked up in a pen and there's no need for it, it's not necessary. It's like I could lock my dog in the garage and be like, oh, he's fine, you know, he's got bed, he's got water, he's got food, but it's no life, is it?
It's easy to say that the night outside is ideal, understand that, they want to get out in the field.
Would you do a talk? Is that right? Would you answer some questions? YouTube, I just do like documentaries and stuff.
I'd rather not be on there. I don't mind talking to you.
Okay. Yeah. Do you mind if I get a bit close then? I won't put you on camera. Is that right? Yeah. Don't worry, I won't be. How do I get in? So
You won't get her on camera.
Documentaries and stuff.
I'd rather not be on.
Answer some questions.
They want to get out in the field.
Would you do a talk?
Don't worry. We won't get you on camera. It's fine. It's a good thing. Just, yeah, keep talking. Keep
Is
talking.
that right? Would you answer some questions? YouTube, I just do like documentaries and stuff.
I'd rather not be on there. I don't mind talking to you.
Okay.
I'd rather not be on there.
Yeah. Do you mind if I get a bit close then? I won't put you on camera. Is that right? Yeah. Don't worry, I won't be. How do I get in?
Plant Caesar.
So I'm here at Dairy Farm. Is it a dairy farm?
No, mixed.
Oh, it's a mixed farm. Okay. So what do you do here? What's the crack? What do you do?
So primarily beef cattle.
Yeah.
So we've got a few sheep as well, a couple hundred sheep.
Yeah.
And yeah, another yard.
Yeah. And what? So here, there's no like forceful impregnation of the cows. They do that at the other farms.
Yeah, we're not AI. We have got a suckle herd. They have bull run with them. We're actually bringing them in today.
Yeah.
So they live outside in the field with the calves. Then they come in over
Yeah.
winter when it's too muddy.
Yeah.
So they don't want to be out.
Yeah.
You know. So yeah, they're with the bull.
Look at that. Look at that, guys. Better life than we have, right? God, that looks so nice in there. You know, that's the thing. It's like when I go to like let's say that you go to a place that's super crowded and you can't really move, but you're just surrounded by all your peers. What more joy could there be than that? It's the life, isn't it? God, I love crowds. I love it. It's a better life than we have right there.
Don't do any AI.
Okay. So sometimes the bull and the cow get together. They have the baby, and then when they have the baby, I'm guessing the baby gets put over with the other calves.
No. So the ones we have on the cows, they stay out in the field till they're about 9 months old.
Yeah.
Then we take them off. It gives the cow a rest, and obviously it does the calf better because they can get more from the feed that we give them than they can from the cow at that point.
Yeah.
So we don't want the calf dragging the cow down.
Yeah.
Because it's a lot of strain.
Yeah. So I suppose the next question. So it's not a farm where there's forceful impregnation or taken away, but there is calves separate from cows over there, so people would think that they are the mothers. That noise, I've put it into ChatGPT, and that actual noise is not just a typical moo; it's a bellow, and it's just signs of distress, physical distress or mental distress.
So a lot of the time, we have a lot of heifers. We have the sexes mixed, so we have steers. They're castrated bulls.
Yeah.
So a lot of the bellowing, they're castrated bulls.
Oh, sorry. I wasn't looking at the
So
screen.
a lot of
I had to see what he showed. My bad, guys. Showed it again. That's all right, though. I need to pull up my own stream so that I'm not missing things. Sorry. Hang on a sec. Guys, hit like and subscribe if you could, please. It would make me so happy. The opposite would make me so angry. And y'all don't want to see that. Y'all don't want to see that. It's not fun for anybody.
Is the females saying they're in heat.
Yeah.
They bellow a lot when they're in heat. They're basically calling for a bull, if that makes sense.
Wow.
And it's
Jesus.
something.
Don't worry, they're just in heat. Cows in heat will make restless, short, incremental sounds. Distressing bellows are long, heavy, and repeated.
Exciting happened, and that's what they're doing. They're bellowing to say, oh, something's going on.
Yeah.
So today we're bringing new cows back.
Yeah.
So we're moving things around.
Yeah.
That's probably why they're being a bit noisier. Something exciting going on.
I was here last week though, and it was probably worse. If anything, it was at night time, and it was just it just made me a bit sad. Because I'm thinking they're enslaved, they're crying because I did put it in. He's bellowing, and it's like there's no need for it. Do you know what I mean? It's like
I love how Jake just says it. You know, I was here like a week ago at nighttime, sneaking around, and it was worse.
From a neutral, I'm just walking past thinking these are crying. What's going on? Is there any need for it? Okay, so they're not. It's not a dairy farm, but they are trapped. And you said the bulls have been castrated.
Yeah. I think trapped is a strong word.
Trapped. An unpleasant situation in which you lack freedom and you cannot escape from it.
Trapped. Well, to be honest, can they get out?
Well, it's not safe for them to
I'll
go.
put you on, don't worry.
Can they get out?
So like, obviously, you probably think people are against like eating meat in it, and
I think it's a choice. If people don't want to eat meat, that's absolutely fine.
would you say that what is going on here is unnecessary? Like, there's no need for these souls to be trapped, enslaved, or kept in a pen, brought from another farm.
KK kept. Yep.
There isn't the ground anymore to put them outside. They want to keep putting houses and building houses. We can't have the land to have them out, and to get the amount of meat that this country needs.
Yeah.
It's not sustainable to have them outside currently, because they're putting houses on the fields that we would graze cattle on.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Round here.
If you think of the bigger picture, though, if you think
Ideally,
Taiwan.
the bigger picture is like, obviously we don't need to be doing it. Do we? Like, obviously, I understand a lot of people are born into these industries and it's a culture thing, and it's like, oh, I just work on the farm because my family's worked on the farm. But when you actually think of it outside of a business perspective, and you think these are like living individuals, and there's no need to be exploiting them, what would you say about that?
First of all, I didn't come from a farm background.
Yeah.
Actually, so yeah.
Wow.
I've chosen this industry to work in.
Yeah.
She chose this. She just likes it.
I think animals don't have the same perspective on life perhaps that we do. To them, the 5 freedoms.
Wait, no. It was better how you said it. Perhaps that we do to them. I realize I'm taking this out of context, but she got it right. What we do to them.
To them, the 5 freedoms are they've got the mates.
5 freedoms.
Their own species, which they've got. They've got fresh food and water all the time. So
The 5 freedoms, which is the opposite of freedom. Is that the 5 freedoms?
they've got clean bedding. They've got space to move. I know it's not, a roving field, but they have got space.
I'm sorry. Call her out, Jake. Space to move. Get her. Let's go.
To lie down and to rest, and they're calm and they're settled. And that's our 5 freedoms.
That's
So-
your.
What can a cow do though? Because like, if you put a human in there, they're going to climb out. If you put a dog in there, they're going to jump out. But the cows, they can't do anything else but stand there, can they? So they might look fine. I understand that they look fine, but at the end of the day,
They don't look fine.
I mean, they just don't want to be enslaved. Look at them, and there's no need for this. I'll go a little bit deeper. Obviously, these will be killed for meat, won't they? What age?
So ideally, they want to be done before 2.
Before 2.
Yeah.
How do you find that? I'm not saying that killing them at 30 or 25 is okay, but do you?
From our perspective, we've given them as good of a life as we can.
From our perspective, we've given them as good of a life as we can. I love how we've got this in the background while she's saying this. Now chopping off their manhood, breaking their maternal bond, keeping them inside, deprived of their natural outdoor environment, and then killing them. 8% into their lifespan is giving them the best life possible. It is, Jake. It is. Jake, why don't you go to the hello? Me.
and we know we've looked after them. I think that's how we have to look at it. It's not nice to have any animal killed in any form of any sphere, but if you want your meat, that's what has to be done. It's just one of those things, and to keep our business running, this is what has to be done.
If the business element got took away, and let's just say tomorrow the money stopped, would you still do
Yes,
this, or would
the
you see it as
freedoms.
unnecessary? If there was no money involved, no
At
purchasing
that
involved.
point, then it probably would be.
Yeah,
I
but
think-
why would that be? Is that because you think it's a bit cruel, or just a bit
Spooky, I'm sorry, you're gonna have to change your name. That's not allowed here. We already have a Spooky, and you are not it. You are not Spooky. We already have a good Spooky. Okay, get out of here. Get.
Because to keep rearing animals and doing the work we do, to not have an income from it, because it is a lot of work. You might not look it, they're just in a pen.
They claim to care about animals, yet profit is all that matters. Suggests ending. Wait, sorry. Suggests ending the income flow and watch how fast the love disappears. I don't see any love. I don't see any.
But the way I see it, it's like, I know it's a business, but so is like the child trafficking business and the drug business and illegal businesses. And that's not to say that because it's legal, I think it's moral. But even though it's a business, does it make it really right? Does it make it moral to kind of?
I think it's a point of perspective, because if you go to a lot of places, a lot of farms, the way we do things is a lot differently. And this country, the welfare is a hell of a lot higher than any other country.
Oh, true. So true. There in the UK, the welfare is so great in the UK. I mean, look at it.
So if you went abroad and saw how they did it, it would be a lot more,
Yeah.
Robust.
Yeah. Oh no, there is.
So how they did it, it would be a lot more.
Yeah.
It would be a lot war. I guess she meant worse.
Robust.
Yeah. Oh no, there is some really nasty things, but to me, like, this is nasty enough. It's not about like what's better and what's worse. It's just the fact that they are used and abused. I mean, they're locked away. They're forcefully impregnated somewhere else. You've brought the product of that forceful impregnation. They're going to grow up, get killed at 2 years old. Can you see why people, like, to me, I just think, if you ever put yourself in that position of a victim to be used, violated, especially women, because it's like it's the reproductive system. It's getting violated just to produce, and it's getting violated to produce so that we can just take the milk, take the meat, and these creatures are just innocent, man. You know what I mean?
But then equally, if we didn't farm them, there wouldn't be any around.
Oh God. Oh my goodness. Yeah. The brain cells just stopped.
Because there's no purpose for them.
No purpose for them. There's no purpose. Animals should only exist to fulfill their purpose to us. That's what she means. It's not like animals were here before us and are going to be here after us. Let's hope. A classic appeal to consequences, judging morality by the outcome they personally prefer rather than the ethics of the action.
That's good. I mean,
the animals in the world that have got no purpose, they're extinct.
All the animals in the world that have got no purpose, they're extinct. The thing is, the human race is not nice, she's going to say. Yes, we're seeing an example of that right here.
The thing of the human race is not nice, but it's the way we work. And that's the way culture...
Not nice is the way we work. Oh. So maybe change that, right? The way we do things is just not nice. Let's keep doing it. Fuck you, lady.
I'm not saying culture and our society is right now, but that is the way that it functions. So we are just trying to do the best for animals we can.
Which stream is better?
You know,
well, I'm a fan of landscape. Wait, no. Which one is? Yeah, wait. The horizontal one. That's the one that I like because I can see better. But if you're on mobile, then got to do that. What's up from Oregon? Jesse Lee, how are you? Ironic that this woman is enslaving cows and simultaneously chatting bullshit. She is. She is. Spooky, get out of here. Get you. You are not spooky. You are a pretend spooky. Like I said, there's not room for two spooks in here. Modern agriculture is all abuse and suffering for all creatures. Agreed.
You want meat, you want milk. I know there's certain people in society that don't, but it is a function of society that you need.
But like I said, because you've said that if the demand dropped and tomorrow the money stopped, you wouldn't do it. It's not like you're caring for these animals. It's not like a sanctuary. It's not like, oh, we're just looking after these animals. They're here to be exploited, aren't they? And if the business end stopped and it just ended tomorrow, I don't think you farmers would be looking after these animals, would you? I don't think you'd turn it into a sanctuary. You'd look for the next business venture.
Still have some, because there's a lot of pride in what we do.
Oh, there's a lot of pride in what we do.
To have the calves and to
They're proud of this. They're proud.
And to see the end product. It's just some people I can't understand.
The end product, which is, their body parts wrapped up in some plastic shit.
And I think there's a barrier. You can't love your animals if you're going to kill them, but there is very much a pride in what you do.
Did she?
Wait,
what?
And to see the end product. It's just some people I can't understand that, and I think there's a barrier. You can't love your animals if you're going to kill them.
You can't love your animals if you're going to kill them, she says. But she's saying that's what some people think. Well, okay.
But there is very much.
Jake's face right now is all of us. All of us. Yeah.
A pride in what you do, of knowing you bought that animal from being a calf, from a week old, all the way up to 2 years.
All the way up to 2 years.
You've bedded that. You've made sure it's fine. You've made sure it's healthy.
Oh man. Oh, this is so cringy. You brought them all the way up from like a week to 2, and you're just so proud of that. You've made sure it is healthy, it is fine. Yeah.
Healthy, it's not ill, it's happy, it's not stressed. So there's a lot of pride that
Not stressed.
goes into it. So it wouldn't be a case if it stopped tomorrow, there'd be no cows. We'd still do some, because we'd still do a bit for ourselves. Because having your own homegrown meat is completely different.
I know what you mean, because there's a lot of people
Having your own homegrown meat is completely different from the exact same thing that you buy at the store. Okay, gotcha.
There's a lot of footage online of cows getting smashed.
Very
They've just done a documentary up Lincolnshire, I think it was. There's one down in Cornwall where they're beating the cows. And I'm not saying that you're beating the cows, but from a vegan standpoint, it's like they shouldn't be here in the first place.
When they're showing that kind of footage, I'm not saying every farmer's like that, but there will be people like that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah.
And it comes part and parcel of it.
Just a unfortunate side effect of exploiting animals is that, we just have some people who beat the animals. What can you do? It's just going to be part of it. What can you do? Oh, well.
Which is why we think as a whole, the whole system is just evil. It's corrupt. There's no need for it.
Nothing's forced. They don't feel like they're getting exploited.
Nothing's forced, she says. Nothing's forced. Okay. So then tear down the fencing. The barbed wire. We see the barbed wire right here. The fencing, the penning.
Because they're just being cows. You know what I mean? And they're going to do that anyway.
I would agree by looking at them, but I have done a bit of research on the crying and the bellowing, and filthy conditions as well. I'm not saying that this is particularly worse than any other one. I'm just saying it comes with a lot of infection, doesn't it? It comes with a lot of infection. They have to be fed antibiotics. When I'm looking at that there, the bellowing, the eyes come up. You can see it in their eyes. They don't want to be here, man. They don't. It's clear that they're not happy.
I think that's more of a personal opinion, which is fine. But yeah, I think it's easy for someone to walk on and say they're not happy or they're not this and that.
Yeah, it is easy because you can just look at them and see that. That's why it's easy to say that. What's difficult is for someone like you to do these mental gymnastics to convince yourself that killing animals, which you do for a living, is in their best interest. Oh, you know, they have just a great life from a week old to 2. I mean, it's easy for her because she's obviously not a real deep thinker, but, you know, for someone who would actually think about things and not just be a mindless drone, it would take some mental gymnastics.
But to be here every day and to see them, you know, if they were stressed, they'd be over the gate, they'd be out, they'd be getting hurt, they'd be fighting.
What about the calves? How long?
Brian,
Pens and
So
trapped
they're
in
in
the
there
pens.
for about 6 weeks.
Even just
Brian coming through with peas and compassion. Brian, I've said this before. I'll say it again. You complete me. You complete me, Brian. Yeah, there's a fucking look. Spooky's here. Spooky, there's some fucking person pretending to be you. Fuck that shit. See, look, fake Spooky, that's the real Spooky. You see? Look. Be more like that, Spooky.
that 6 weeks alone, even that just in
Brian,
that pen for
I love you, man. Thank you so much.
6 weeks, that is.
Yeah, so we do that because cattle, they're very susceptible to illness at that sort of age. So having their own airspace is really good to stop disease spreading, basically. So from a welfare point of view, it's not nice seeing them in a small space, but we do it for a reason. It's not just because we want to stick them in his pen out of the way. You know.
Yeah, it is. That's why you do it.
It is for a reason. So we're not jabbing them, they're not getting ill.
The counter argument to that is there's just no need for any of it, is there, man? It's just
It's the industry we're in at the moment, and
yeah, you don't have to be. In fact, this lady said that I chose to be part of this industry. She's not like most people who just like did what daddy did. That's like that. Most of them are just like that. It's just like, oh, daddy does it, so I'll do it because I can't think outside the box at all. I can't see a world beyond this tiny little life where we don't accomplish anything great and we just make the world worse. Yeah, you can't think beyond that. No. Daddy said, be a farmer, so I'm a farmer. No, she chose this. Yeah, she's a smart one.
if you could change it, would you just abolish this and just stop the exploitation? Yeah.
So I'm sorry.
This and just stop.
I can't change that.
If you could
I
change
can't change that. People are such little weak bitches. Let's just get right down to it. People are weak bitches. That's what she is. I can't change it. So I'll just join it and be part of the system. You fucking loser. You're just I'm so glad. Thank you everybody in this chat for not being such a weak little mindless drone like this lady. I know we got a few of them in here, but the vast majority of you are not little wimpy bitches.
Would you just abolish this and just stop the exploitation? Yeah.
So she would abolish it, but because she feels so weak, and by the way, she wouldn't abolish it. We know this is lip service because she just said, well, we'd still keep a few cows around because it's so different when you have homegrown meat. Yeah. So, okay. But now she's said that she would abolish this whole system that she works in if she could. But she's too weak to do it. Too weak. Well, I don't know. If you weren't so weak, maybe you could join Jake on one of his excursions. And then you could be part of the solution to the problem instead of the problem. But no, too difficult, too difficult. If you would prefer to abolish the industry you work in, should you really be working there and defending it in the first place?
So I've put the screams of the cows, I've put them into ChatGPT, and it said it's blatant bellowing, blatant distress, blatant physical or mental distress. As I've walked away, it's got worse and worse and worse. It's actually just stopped now, but as I've walked away...
My goodness. My goodness. Sorry, I got to scroll down. About 10 years ago, they made it illegal to kill stray frogs, but now so-called ARA in Taiwan, confused with conservationists, are saying stray dogs are, I think you mean invasive species. Oh, did Spooky leave? I mean the fake Spooky? I think so. They got the message. Good. We don't need any fake spooks in here.
Why? It's got progressively worse.
No.
And it's almost like, oh, there's a human here. What are they going to do? There's someone around, and then as soon as you leave, it's like, oh, we're stuck here again for another few weeks or whatever, another day or two until someone else comes along.
Cows are extremely social and relational animals. They remember people, respond to voices, and seek contact. Once the little bit of social interaction disappears, the silence and confinement hits harder. Kind of like people.
I've noticed a pattern with farmers. They'll say things like, we work very hard. Well, guess what? Everyone else works very hard. Do you know what I mean? I don't know one person who doesn't work hard. Well, I don't know one person who works that doesn't work hard. So you'll hear little things like that, as though like we'll have to get one back. We'll have to level it.
I don't know if it's like this in the UK, but in America, they talk about farmers like they're talking about war veterans. Like people put bumper stickers on their cars, like support our farmers. Like I've never seen a more insecure group of people that they need our support, guys. Just like, yeah, I've never seen it. I've never seen someone who works, let's say, like as a cashier. I've never seen a bumper sticker, support our cashiers. I've never even seen support our EMS workers. I've never seen support our nurses. Never have I seen that. I have seen support our teachers, stuff like that. And that's because our teachers are so severely underpaid in America. But so I don't know. It's probably the same in the UK though. But my God, what an insecure bunch of fucks. They don't, and the thing is too, they get handouts from the government left and right. Bailouts, subsidies, loans, you name it, the government supports them completely. Oh God, man. Look at what's going on in Wisconsin right now. Okay, I don't know the full story, but in Wisconsin, they were trying to pass this bill to support the farmers, of course. It's that they were trying to support the little farmers, the little dairy farmers, right? Like there's so many of those, to help them get loans. But when the industry got wind of it, they lobbied, of course, they worked it out so that the major players in the industry are also going to access those loans. So, yeah, I forget who was posting about that, but yeah. And that's just what happens all the time. And, man, wouldn't it be great, guys? Like, what is y'all's job? Wouldn't it be great if the government had just like passing bills? Let's make it easy for cashiers and nurses and construction workers to access loans so that they could get a leg up in the system. Farmers. Let's do it for farmers.
by saying we work hard or something. But you can, I mean,
Okay.
you couldn't see the girl, but you know, you could see that there was something underneath her. She knew that she has been seeing
But
things.
guys, support our farmers. I need a bumper sticker. I feel left out. Need that bumper sticker. Because the farmers, guys, they're really up against it. They don't have the full backing of the United States government behind them. I mean, not the full, like, okay, they have like, sure, they get like an obscene amount of money from the government. Yes. But not all the money. Do you guys think of that? We spend money on bombs. Did you think of that? Bet you didn't even think of that. For the farmers, well, they should get all that money, right?
Online. She probably has been defending it online. And she was actually thankful for the chat. But it's almost like to kind of chuck things out there to not be seen as bad or exploitative. It's time to end the animal fetish.
Tiny violin.
Do
there,
not like,
Sam.
do not subscribe. You're not the one true savage.
Wait, I'm not playing that right. I'm not a violin.
Excuse me. You do have
Hang on. Let's find a video for the farmers. Those poor farmers. Come on now. Here we go. There's the glitch, as usual. Hang on. In honor of the farmers. That was beautiful. Let's play it again. It's like listening to angels or something. One more time. I can't get enough. Beautiful. Beautiful. The technique. What I appreciate about this is the dynamic range. Just virtuosic mastery of the violin. One more. All right, let's get back to it. We've had our fun. We had our fun.
Hello. Because I watched this documentary the other day, and I am thinking about going, oh, there's a human here, what they're going to do. There's someone around, and then as soon as you leave, it's like, oh, we're stuck here again for another few weeks or whatever, another day or two until someone else comes along.
Back a little way.
I've noticed a pattern with farmers. They'll say things like, we work very hard. Well, guess what? Everyone else works very hard. Do you know what I mean? I don't know one person who doesn't work hard. Well, I don't know one person who works that doesn't work hard. So you'll hear little things like that, as though like we'll have to get one back. We'll have to level it up by saying we work hard or something. But you couldn't see the girl, but you could see that there was something underneath her. She knew that she has been seeing things online. She probably has been defending it online. And she was actually thankful for the chat. But it's almost like to kind of chuck things out there to to not be seen as bad or exploitative.
I mean, she said that she would get rid of the industry, though. She said, I would abolish this if I could do it.
It's time to end the animal fetish. Do not like, do not subscribe. You're not the one true savage. Excuse me, do you do halal? Because I watched this documentary the other day, and I am thinking about going to halal.
Best of talking to Rich.
Halal.
Yeah.
You're right, mate. Do you do halal? I know it's a silly question because I don't look Muslim. So,
little bits. I mean, the goats and stuff like that we do for the curries and things like that is.
I watched this documentary and I've looked into it and I'm like, what is better? What do you reckon is better in?
I don't stop part of stuff.
Is it worse? Is it or?
I think so. It's more stress. It's not. Do you know what I mean? It's not.
Because they argue that they don't want any suffering to the animal, so if you shoot it in the head first, it could suffer before they slice the neck. And I'm like,
I beg to differ. I mean, they tend to sort of bolt up. Electrodes done.
And then slit the neck.
Right.
I don't know what to believe, man. Because you watch it.
If you watch the halal stuff, I mean, it tends to be so proud that this is throat.
Yeah.
I've watched them in a slaughterhouse flap around for a long time.
Really?
Whereas the ones I've seen in have been kicked out in stirrups and then flap it. I've seen cow do.
Yeah.
It's insane. Little bits. I mean, the goats and stuff like that we do for the curries and things like that is kicked out in stirrups and then flap it. I've seen cow do.
Yeah.
It's insane. And whereas it's just like it's dead.
What? So if they don't stun them, then they flap around with the neck. Because I said to this one, but
in about 15 seconds. That's how quick.
Yeah.
Put them upside down.
But that's my point. I said to this bloke, he was like, no, halal's better. Because I watched Earthlings and Dominion, like these two really bad.
It's just a religious thing. I mean,
I know. And I said to him, I said, well, if it was up to you, would you rather be shot in the head or neck slit? And he went, shot in the head. I said, well, how can that be better then?
Well, they're bolted. They're still to the throats. They just bolt them so that they have no idea what's going on.
Yeah.
So all our stuff's local. It's all traceable. It's top notch.
Is
you
it?
know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I say, the goats and some of the butter we buy.
Yeah.
It's what people want.
Yeah.
We buy as it is. Like.
Is it factory farm, this stuff, or is it?
No. It's all
So
that's nice from Shrewsbury.
Oh, yeah.
It's all really in Shropshire.
Oh, yeah. All right, mate. Yeah, I'm trying to work it all out. See, I'm on one of them paths to enlightenment. You know what I mean? So I don't know what to believe.
Well, who knows? That's the problem.
I know. Thanks, mate. Nice one.
Their own is the main thing.
Yes.
Great video. Oh, man. Oh. Bad timing for the wasabi blast. Here you go. You guys know what to do. Hit up Jake's channel. That's Plant Geezer. Check him out. Subscribe to him if you're not already. And guys, if you're not, like, why not? I don't get that. Sam's triggered, guys. Help out Sam. He is all upset. All right. Let's go back in time. Let's watch history. Okay.
The farmers, the fashion designers.
All right,
and
this
the protesters.
here, the money program for 2003 archive. This is the best channel. Archive of animal liberation films on the net. From 2015 documentary on the fur trade featuring the Mark Glover and the Lynx Respect for Animals campaigns and Don Carr of PETA. Let's check it out.
Fur is back in fashion. For younger people who don't care about disapproval, skin is in.
I love fur because it's soft, it moves. It's the ultimate luxury.
But the government's just banned
I love fur.
fur.
I'm
It's
sorry.
the ul-
Skin is in.
I love fur because it's soft, it moves.
It's soft. It moves. my shirt right here. Cotton, probably. I don't know. It's soft. It moves. Dumbass. You know who also moves? The animal. Or they did before you murdered them.
It's the ultimate luxury.
The ultimate luxury.
But the government's just banned fur production in the UK.
I don't know. To me, the ultimate luxury is a nice cup of black coffee. That's what I consider to be a nice luxury.
And it's other countries who are cashing in.
The majority of mink and fox sold in Britain nowadays will clearly be...
Guys, look at my mug. Look at my mug. This mug is massive. I am not a father, but I have a Papa Bear mug because a friend got me that. I don't know why. Papa Bear. All right.
For Britain, it's a missed opportunity.
Horrified by the new trend, animal rights campaigners are fighting back with all they've got. They shock, they shout, they show all.
You'll see us up on the catwalks, you'll see demonstrations, anything that we can do to catch people's attention.
Tonight, the Money programme looks at the continuing controversy over fur, why it appeals, why it appalls. And as the fur flies, we ask, can the revival really last?
What up, Space Hand? Fur is flying, this is called. Yeah, Sam is let us know that he's not triggered because we know that when people aren't triggered, they use laughing emojis. That's how you know. That's how you know someone's not triggered, is when they start responding with laughing emojis. Yeah. But yeah. They probably use animals to transport your coffee beans. Right. That is what we call a reach. Quite a desperate reach.
A couple enjoy a weekend walk together along the coast. It's a rare treat for them these days.
Have you guys
they
read
accuse the government of forcing them apart?
There's a great book called Not As Nature Intended. I just thought of it because I saw The Surfer. Rich Hardy. Rich Hardy was an undercover investigator for like 20 years, going undercover to expose these places. And his story is really interesting. He was surfing, I think in New Zealand. He was taking time off. And right by the coast where he was surfing, there was a chicken slaughterhouse or factory farm or something. And he saw it and he was like, okay, I should just go in there. Kind of like Jake does. And so he rode his surfboard in and was like in a wetsuit, I guess, still. Walked in and just started filming. And that was the beginning of his undercover career that lasted 20 years. And he's retired now, which is why he's able to write about it. But that was a very powerful book because he talks about all the different industries. We had him on Wayne's program. So there's an interview with Wayne. But yeah, great guy. Very interesting. And that's also... We've been getting into a lot of books lately that are like massive, unwieldy books. And that one you can kind of get through pretty quickly. So yeah, Rich Hardy, Not As Nature Intended.
A couple enjoy a weekend walk together along the coast. It's a rare treat for them these days.
Very good book.
They accuse the government of forcing them.
Guys, please hit like and subscribe. Help me grow this channel. Let's build this thing. Let's grow. Let's get big, guys. Let's get swole.
Apart.
We've been here in the West.
I've been hitting the gym. I know it doesn't show. I get that. I understand. But I have been going quite regularly for me.
Country, you know, all my life I have. It's totally disrupted my family life.
And I know what longtime viewers are thinking. You're like, yeah, we've heard this before, Jeremy. We've heard it before. You said that like a year ago, and it was all consistent then. And then we didn't hear about it for a while, and you looked all scrawny or chunky or whatever happened. And yeah, but I'm sorry. That's just what you're going to have to hear from time to time, that I'm going back to the gym. Okay.
Feel that it's wrong.
Stop judging me. All right, let's watch.
They owned a small farm in the hills above the North Devon coast. It used to be a thriving business, employing up to 40 people. The government closed it down.
You feel like you've been made a second-class citizen. But, you know, the reality is I'm the same as anybody else. You know, I'm just a farmer trying to do his job, basically. Silly.
And the reason for their problems? Mike and Anne are mink farmers. They're upset because the government's banned their industry.
Animals are live creatures. We breed and kill them for food, that's one thing, because of course we have to eat to survive. Animals should not be killed for the sake of it. Neither should they be killed just for the business of stripping their skins off their backs.
I mean, from the animal's point of view, it doesn't actually make a lot of difference whether you raise it for its coat or its meat or any other products that it produces. It ended up dead whether you ate it or wore it or what.
That's a great argument for going vegan. Thank you, mink farmer.
Mike's getting ready to part from his country, his wife and his family. He'll be working abroad a lot more from now on. It's the only way he can carry on the business he spent 40 years building up.
I feel that I've been banished, and I have a joke that I'm seeking political asylum.
You have. Your country or whatever told you to GTFO.
But just as Mike and other British fur farmers had to pack up, having had their businesses skinned alive, then all this stuff came back into vogue in glossy magazines, on the catwalks, on the backs of celebrities, and on the streets. The revival's been led by American pop stars like P. Diddy.
There goes the copyright.
J-Lo and Lil' Kim, who've all luxuriated
I'll do little pauses. Maybe that'll help.
Created in their furs.
Can we?
Empire black glamour for a global sales push.
She's kind of really flying the flag for wearing fur again. I've got people like Kate Moss, who's incredibly influential in terms of fashion, you know, mainly because she looks so great all the time. She's a supermodel, she's really beautiful, she wears fur, she looks great, and people kind of associate fur with that kind of glamour. Hi, Lucy. Could you bring the models up from...
My, how times have changed. Yeah.
Claudia Croft is one of Britain's top fashion pundits. She agrees that fur's back and that for many people, moral objections are old hat.
There is definitely a lot of people who know what the animal has to go through, but they you know, they don't care. They want to look good. They want to look glamorous.
Thanks for clarifying, Sam. We were all concerned, but good to know. Thank you. Keep us posted.
Years ago, there was only 200 designers using fur on their catwalks, and now it's something like more like 400. I mean, in terms of making a fashion statement, designers really, really want to use fur these days, more so than they ever did before.
Having overcome their own moral objections,
Can we get a welfare check on Sam, please? Sam, how you doing? You all right? You okay? Sam? Sam? See, the problem is a lot of you who are on the landscape, y'all don't know who I'm talking about.
Designers made fur more acceptable and affordable for consumers by using smaller pieces to adorn a more discreet range of clothes.
It might make them think, well, you know, I can't have the whole thing, but I can have a little bit of trim, you know, some rabbit trim on my collar, or I can have, you know, a furry hat, or I can have, you know, a bag that's got like a foxtail on it.
I got my fox.
Judith Watt, a fashion historian, is out on the streets asking people why they're now prepared to wear the new styles in fur.
For women, it's sexy, it's a comfortable fabric, and it, you know, like for weathers like this, you know, it keeps you really warm.
Can I just ask you, is that real?
It is, yeah.
Do you know what kind of animal it is?
Coyote.
It's a coyote?
Yeah.
Where'd you get it from?
Versace.
Goodness me, it's mink. I've just taken it off. I've literally...
My Foxy co-host. I've got several, as y'all know. There we go. You think I'm done? No, I'm not done. There's another one. All right, they'll want to watch this. Let's keep them. Can y'all see them? Are they? Hang on.
That's hilarious. Why aren't you wearing it? This one's much longer. And do you have any problems with animal cruelty or any views on animal rights?
If it's a breed that is bred for its purpose, then I think that's fine.
Is your hat real fur?
Yeah.
Is it? What kind of fur is it?
Beaver.
Is it? Do you always wear it?
No,
Why are you wearing it now?
because it's bloody cold.
Sales are soaring, according to fur shops like Philip Hockley in London. The trade claims a 35% annual increase nationwide. Frank Zilberquite owns the Philip Hockley shop.
Everybody's wearing it. Jennifer Lopez's of this world.
Here, £125 buys you a trim jacket, £40,000 a full sable number.
But you may want something that's a little bit more easy to wear on a day-to-day basis. Let's try this on. This is great. I think you'll find it very exciting, very wearable, inexpensive. We sell this for £125. Younger women are being attracted to fur. Younger women want to buy fur for themselves. The fur coat today is totally different to the old fuddy-duddy image of the fur coat which your mother or your grandmother wore. It's modern, it's with it, it's absolutely today's look.
And it's not just at the top end of the market where he's reporting a boom in sales. His wholesale company, Krios, supplies mainstream outlets, selling clothes and accessories at much more affordable prices.
And then you've got all the various colourways.
This is a new concept which is made out of cheaper types of fur like rabbit. It's designed in France, manufactured in Greece and marketed right across Europe.
So, for example, something like this. You've got...
I had a really interesting conversation with a fur seller one time because I went in there pretending that I was like this guy who had this kind of girlfriend that I was trying to score with. Like I couldn't seal the deal with her. So I thought, hey, a fur coat. She loves fur. She'll, you know, so that was my cover. And I would talk to the guy and he started talking to me about how the animals are killed, like brought up himself. He started talking about that. And I said, oh, like, you know, like, oh, so animal, like, oh, I didn't even think about the animal really. And he was like, yeah, but she might. And I was like, oh, you're right. Yeah, maybe I need to think about this a little bit more. Yeah. And yeah, I know. It's always kind of funny. They'll just like open up to you if you pretend like you're just some schmuck who's trying to get laid. It's really good. I highly recommend that.
Little gilet for £66.
The cheaper line is all part of the campaign to make fur once again acceptable to the wider public.
This bag is £56.
Right.
all across the UK, people are coming in from small stores saying our product's gone well, or they've heard about us and they want to do business with us. So it looks good.
It was all very different in the 80s. Anti-fur groups such as Lynx rallied the fashion world to their cause. Catwalk campaigns showcased alternatives, and trendsetters danced to the anti-fur tune.
Yeah,
Someone who's devoted his entire
was so cool.
life to campaigning against fur is Mark Glover. His group teamed up with David Bailey to produce an advert which helped bring the trade to its knees.
The original brief for the commercial was to shame people off the streets. We wanted somebody wearing a fur coat to feel everybody looking at them to the point where they just wanted a hole to open up in the ground to swallow them up.
Supermodels declared they'd rather go naked than wear fur. Extremists torched a department store for selling fur. According to official figures, fur sales declined by 99% in the 80s and 90s. The animal lobby then turned their attention to winning over the government. They donated £1 million to New Labour. They wanted a complete ban on pelt production and sales of fur. As a first step, they pressed MPs to shut down the UK's 13 remaining fur farms,
They
all
are,
producing mink.
Oops.
Mark secretly filmed these scenes at
I left Plant Geezer on the screen. Let's show that. There you go.
2 mink farms in the UK. The footage was shown to MPs.
The videos showed for the very first time the horror of the conditions that these animals had to endure inside fur farms. And it opened their eyes. It opened the eyes of everyone that saw them. But I think it struck a chord with MPs and ministers and officials within inside the Ministry of Agriculture.
You guys got to help me. You know, I'll forget things. Like leaving Plant Geezer on the screen.
The protesters argued
within inside. I think it struck in their eyes. It opened that these animals had to endure inside fur farms. And it opened their eyes. It opened the eyes of everyone that saw them. But I think it struck a chord with MPs and ministers and officials within inside the Ministry of Agriculture.
The protesters argued that mink are wild animals which can never be humanely farmed.
They're extremely active, very inquisitive animals. They're not like any other forms of farm animals. And to keep them under
No one can be humanely farmed.
these conditions leads to those distressing effects.
In fact, government scientists advised that mink could be farmed humanely if standards were improved.
Okay.
But the government banned the trade anyway on grounds of public morality. Resplendent in real fur, the Queen announced the bill to ban the production of fur in Britain.
What? I'm sorry? What?
Resplendent in real fur, the Queen announced the bill to ban the production of fur in Britain.
Man. Well, that makes me feel a little better about today, because I feel like we're just getting more and more stupid as time goes on. What year was this? This was 2015.
Banished by royal decree, Mike's moved his business to a country where he's far more welcome. He's now based in Denmark, where he'd already bought a farm in anticipation of the ban. Today he's weighing male mink to see if they're fit to mate.
This guy just loves to farm mink. Like, he could have just like stayed where he was at and maybe not murder animals for a living, but no, it's all he knows, guys. It's all he knows.
If they're too fat, they're ruled out.
Fat, isn't he?
Yeah.
He insists his mink are no longer wild animals and can be humanely farmed.
Mink's been farmed now for 80 years, and they're very domesticated now. I mean, in the 40 years I've farmed them, I've seen they're very domesticated.
Mike Cobbledick, mink farmer.
Now, I mean, in the 40 years I've farmed.
I'm going to be mature, okay? I'm going to be mature. So we're not going to talk about it.
They're very domesticated.
We're not going to talk about Mike Cobbledick,
years,
all right?
And they're very domesticated now. I mean, in the 40 years I've farmed them, I've seen big changes.
This is a mature stream.
In the temperament of the mink. I mean, we enjoy looking after the mink. The mink's quite a nice, intelligent little animal. And, you know, contrary to belief in that, is quite good-natured.
He feels he's been tarred with the same brush as the mink farms caught on camera, which scandalised MPs.
You don't ban sheep farming because you have one bad.
You, so, I'm sorry, say that again.
Is quite good-natured.
Good-natured.
He feels he's been tarred with the same brush as the mink farms caught on camera, which...
The mink farms caught on camera showing shit just like this? What? Is this what you're proud to show? This?
Scandalised MPs.
You don't ban sheep farming because you have one bad farmer. Why should I?
You don't ban sheep farming just because you have one bad farmer. Why should I?
I'd be penalised
Why
for
should I?
the odd farm that's had a problem. We obviously earn money from the skins of the animal. If we do a bad job, the first thing to suffer is its cow.
Yeah, no, I stand corrected. That looks lovely for the mink. Just exactly what a mink wants to be doing.
If you give it a really bad diet, it has a terrible coat.
The mink are born in the spring, and Mike says they're fed well, treated well, and killed humanely with gas at the end of the year.
Oh, gas. Okay. Gas chambers. Well, you know, we're okay with it then. Gas chambers. Lovely.
All farm animals are created by the farmer. You know, he puts those stock together and he breeds them, right? He gives them life, right? But at some point...
He gives them life.
When you farm an animal, breeds them, right? He gives them life, right? But at some point, when you farm an animal, that animal has to be killed.
Right. Thank you. I mean, what an insightful thing to say. Oh my God. What a... Sometimes I'm rather impressed with what these industries feel shows them in a good light.
He's now expanding his business to satisfy growing demand. His company turns over £2 million a year, but despite his success in Denmark, he'd rather be at home.
We were breeding in 6,000 females in the UK, and we've expanded up to 20,000 now. All the government's achieved...
Poor Cobbledick.
Is taking that money and jobs out of the West Country and sent it here to Denmark.
The Danes slaughter more than 12 million mink a year, nearly half the global total. Fur is Denmark's third largest.
Well, it's a good thing that they do it to look cool at least and not look absolutely ridiculous, right?
Nearly half the global total. Fur is Denmark's third largest agricultural export after bacon and cheese. They make £345 million a year from fur farms. Nearly all the world's fur is farmed, mostly mink and fox, and the bulk of farmed fur comes from Scandinavia. At the Copenhagen fur auctions, they sell pelts to buyers from all over the world, including the London furrier Frank Zilberquite. As well as running a retail and wholesale empire, he's an international broker, so he's buying for other companies as well as his own. He's in town to buy £3 million worth of fur, something he can no longer buy from British farms.
We'd love to buy from the UK market, but the opportunity's now been and gone, and some very famous brand names have disappeared.
Oh, no, you don't say.
Although British fur farms have been banned, British fur brokers continue to do a roaring trade. In fact, they buy and sell half the world's fur. It's a business worth £500 million a year.
In the absence of a UK industry, we buy in Denmark, we buy in Finland, we buy in Holland, we buy from Germany, we buy from France. There are plenty of places that are producing mink. In fact, they're increasing their mink production as the world demand grows. And they're meeting that demand and their communities are prospering.
I'd love a follow-up documentary. I would just love to see them make the 2026 edition of this documentary and talk to some of these same people. Oh,
Fur farmers in Scandinavia have cashed in on the British ban. They've teamed up to form the marketing company Saga Furs.
The majority of mink and fox that are sold in Britain nowadays,
Brian, they are?
will clearly be Scandinavian, and at the same time,
Brian's family, a bunch of hobble-dicks. That's not good, Brian. That is not good. What are you going to do about that, Brian? You know, maybe show them this documentary so that they see what it is to be a real hobble/gobble/cobble dick.
the British market, consumer-wise, is growing.
We're not.
So of course, you can say that for Britain, it's a missed opportunity.
While the British government was planning the destruction of the UK fur production industry, Scandinavian farmers were working on a plan for a huge...
You know, this is a good chance to plug this again, Life of Pay, because, you know, a lot of fur farming is in China. So I imagine that big part of Pay's battle. Yeah, I need to read that. Life of Pei, my story and journey so far. Pei Su founded Act Asia in 2006 to promote kindness and compassion through educational initiatives in Asia. Pei is an international presenter at conferences and in the media. And Suzhou University in Shanghai.
Expansion in theirs. Key to their success was preaching their message to the young people who shape the future of fashion. Tutors from Saga Furs visited fashion schools in London and other major cities and invited aspiring designers back to their HQ just outside Copenhagen.
We devised a strategy in the early 90s, which was very much about product development and innovation. It was a need for putting out new products. So Saga's role has been very much meeting the industry's demands, speaking to the fashion industry. What can you do in terms of breaking down barriers?
Saga's masterstroke was to encourage designers to use smaller pieces of fur.
Milan Fashion Week just lost another partner in DHL. Congratulations, CAFT, Animal Activism Collective, all the activists who worked on that. That's the second in 3 days. Milan Fashion Week is finding itself increasingly isolated as one of the two major fashion weeks that still promotes fur. Well done, Milan Fashion Week.
For accessories such as scarves, trims, and bags. They learned how to dye it and treat it in novel ways. The idea was to make the product more fashionable, affordable and appealing to a wider range of people. Young designers like Tilda Jensen visited Saga to explore new ways of using fur. Her bright idea was to design for men, a previously untapped market.
I've seen this sample that you have that I really like, because it has this rugged look to it, and it appears to me it could be very useful for something down jacket, like ski wear, sports wear.
So we're more bombers.
Saga was particularly keen to influence British fashion.
There's a craziness in British design that is in worldwide demand, actually. Young designers like fur for perhaps other reasons than older generations like fur. To them, fur is a rebellious thing, in a way. For them, it's about making their own choices, making up their own mind.
What do you guys think about that big win? Huh? You happy? You happy? I feel like every week I've got some fur win to talk about. Yes. These guys are happy.
Tristan Webber, a British designer, made up his mind about fur after visiting Denmark to see a Saga farm.
I made a decision that I could only really work with fur if I was content as to the way the animals were reared and produced.
He pursued his ambition to design top-of-the-range couture using fur.
I'd always been interested.
Hey, Tristan, did you ever think of doing fashion without fur? You think that might have assuaged your guilt a little better? Did you think of that? Did you, Tristan? Did you think of that? No, Tristan, just impossible for Tristan here. Clearly a smart guy, you can just tell.
Interested in using luxury materials, very, very beautiful, very, very rare materials. I'm picturing myself as a luxury wear designer.
He embraced the Saga school of thought on trims and accessories. He designed a range to sell to Frank Zilberquite.
So what have you got to show me?
A variety of different ideas. I think that people are seeing fur in smaller amounts in shoes and accessories, which I think raises fewer moral questions, or people feel more comfortable about buying those particular pieces.
It raises fewer moral questions. By that, you mean it raises moral questions, right? That's what it raises, moral questions. Do you think maybe you could produce without raising moral questions? The thing is, like, you know, with what I do in my life, I don't have to worry about it. I feel very morally fine. No animals being harmed. It's all good. Poor Tristan. He's got to deal with that.
I think it's going to work really well. So,
Frank was sure there'd be a ready market for Tristan's selection.
Yes, accessories are the thing. We need to have nice, modern designs on accessories.
Tristan was just one of the hundreds of designers to embrace fur, much of it supplied by
They're gonna
Saga. They included the likes of Jean-Paul Gaultier, Christian Dior, and John Galliano.
Thank you for
Trade
recognizing.
claimed victory in the battle to sway the fashion world. But animal protesters were determined.
Man, you can tell this is going to be bad by the dramatic music.
The trade claimed victory in the battle to sway the fashion world. But animal protesters were determined not to let the fur trade get the upper hand. Last November in New York, they took their revenge on the supermodel Giselle Bundchen for her role promoting fur. This catwalk chaos was unleashed by People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals, or PETA for short. The group's London-based director, Dawn Carr, helps orchestrate the campaigns of disruption.
The fur industry is a violent industry. The way that they're treating animals is like little more than boxes in a warehouse. We have no hesitation whatsoever of getting up on those runways and sending a loud and clear message back that that is not acceptable. If they don't put the fur up there, we won't put the activists up there.
But fans of fur were not about to give up despite the renewed protests. 2 months after the Giselle fiasco, Tristan Webber got ready to flaunt his creations. Unworried by the prospect of protest, he staged a show to demonstrate how his designs over the last 5
The industry sure seems to be worried about protests these days.
years have inspired today's fashions.
What?
There's a velvet fur-trimmed anorak, a foretaste of this.
I think I know the side that the BBC is on, just by their choice of playing the music during the fur shit.
Year's must-have trimmed parka.
Based around
fucking BBC.
historical Inuit.
That's what this is, right?
And that was trimmed.
Let me make sure. I think that's what they said it was. Well, okay, it's not in the description. I think it is.
Around the cuffs and around the collar to add extra warmth.
There's a white fox fur stole streaked with blood red.
To give the impression of some kind of fantastic animal.
Pièce de résistance, a full-length white fox.
I'm gonna
fur
have
coat
all
on-
these notifications on my channel after this. Copyright issue. This song played. This song played. This song played. This song played. And my phone's gonna be dinging me like 5 times because of this fucking video.
A leather base. There were few signs of any moral objections in this crowd.
I love fur because it's soft, it moves, it's the ultimate luxury.
Just down the road, Arcadius, another designer schooled by Saga, was plotting something even more controversial.
Where's the drawing? Can I see the design?
A dress made out of chinchilla skins, dyed a vibrant green.
When I was thinking about this dress, I thought, oh my God, this is an Oscar dress, you know, for someone like Sharon Stone, someone very glamorous. When she goes to the Oscars and the train behind her, this is what Arcadius is all about. It's usually, you know...
Glitch. Bad
usually,
glitch.
You know, something very provocative.
Bad.
We
Bad
want to
this
make
time,
a
guys.
feature
Bad.
out of it and cover this with pearl.
This time very bad. Okay. You know what that means. Hit like, hit subscribe. Help me out. It's technology and just piecing this piece of shit together. That's what we're doing.
Arcadius thinks animal rights protesters have got their priorities all wrong.
There is so many other more major problems in the world, like other human beings are dying in Africa every single day. Like other human beings, there is so many other more major problems in the world, like other human beings are dying in Africa every single day.
Okay, go to Africa and help. What is you doing? I love when people say this shit. What is you creating fur products doing for Africans dying every day? Okay. Oh man. These fucking guys. Go help. Go do something.
But for now, Arcadius' priority is to get his dress ready in time for the show.
Seems like he, he's more concerned about his show. Cater to the wealthy.
Okay, goodbye.
What a guy. What a humanitarian.
Celebrities were out in force for London Fashion Week in February. And pro-fur designers like Julian MacDonald were as determined as ever to show off their work. The antis were equally determined to spoil the picture.
When we took over the runway at Julian MacDonald's show, there were people in the audience who stood up and applauded our action. And the fact that there was someone there who was courageous enough and willing to put themselves on the line to draw attention to this issue. We've got Dana and...
But the protesters weren't just planning disruption. They were also dreaming up another eye-catching stunt.
Yeah? What were they dreaming up?
In an echo of previous campaigns, They've persuaded Miss Great Britain, Yana Booth, to pose nude for an ad campaign to get the Queen to abandon bearskin hats for her government.
Oh, they persuaded her. It sounds like, you know, if someone's going to go nude for, you know, the purpose of animal rights, they probably didn't need much persuasion. Sounds like she's down for that.
Odds.
The framing in this documentary is quite poor, quite biased.
The slogan, bare skin, not bearskin.
I love animals. And they have feelings, they're innocent, they're pure.
Yana, blink twice if you need help. What did PETA do to you? What did they... Miss Great Britain, so susceptible. They persuaded.
And they have feelings, they're innocent, they're pure.
Skin.
I love animals. And they have feelings, they're innocent.
God, you're so brainwashed by PETA.
They're pure. And it's dreadful what's going on. Really, just for fashion, it's disgusting.
God, that poor girl, that poor girl. That poor girl.
Dawn's hoping a naked Yana will turn heads and change minds on the subject of fur in general.
I think it'll turn some heads. No, okay, sorry, just to check the chat now, it's going to be a little more tricky because now I got to go to each individual stream because of the glitch that would be solved if you hit like and subscribe so I can grow this channel and maybe get a new laptop. That'd be nice because this one is falling apart, guys. In fact, I can't even click my laptop anymore. That's how old this thing is. It has no click function anymore. That went last week, which, by the way, sorry to diverge, but y'all saw my interview with Roger Yates. Well, okay, something happened where I used to create all these great clips, right, for my interview. And coincidentally, it was good timing, but StreamYard suddenly introduced this new AI feature where they created clips from your interview automatically. And you'll notice that the clips that I used for Roger Yates were not of the same quality. So should I interview Gary Francione after he called me a moron and insulted me? I'll think about it. I'll think about that. Yeah, we'll think about that. But yeah, so it was good timing that my AI feature, you know, was available to me, but you know, I didn't have the same satisfaction. But what I'm saying, guys, is I couldn't even click on the thing. So how was I going to edit a whole clip without click? I'm learning a new system now. Tap and drag. All I'm saying is hit like, hit subscribe. Okay.
That's actually really cute. Like that. Look, oh, look at that. That's fantastic. We're thrilled with the final image because the image itself is quite striking. Yana, of course, is so beautiful. And the way that we've put the ad together is you don't want to look away from it. And that's the point. We want to keep people focused on our ad and on our campaign.
Right, that's nice.
The head up a little bit more.
For the animal activists, the ban on fur farming was just a first step. They wanted the government to ban fur sales altogether.
We're still having the cruel products of these industries imported into our country. It makes no sense.
Something that Respect for Animals would campaign for is a ban on the sale of fur products. The effect of that would be to end the wearing of fur in this country.
But the government was also coming under pressure from the other side. Fur farmers went to the High Court to press ministers for compensation. The farmers say they've been offered £1.5 million between them, and they want more.
You can never be compensated for a lifetime's
He's
work
back.
of building up a business and that. But obviously sated.
Mike. Mike Cobbledick.
Lifetime's work of building up a business and that. But obviously
No
the
comment.
law says we have to stop, so we're going to take the conversation.
Mike says he'd rather be earning money and paying his taxes in the UK. But because he's been banned, he's claiming £4 million compensation from the taxpayer instead. With the other farmers' claims, the bill could top £15 million. They're still waiting for a final decision.
The government's going to have to use millions of pounds of taxpayers' money.
Oh, let me just
pay us
say,
out, which is ridiculous because all they've done is
about Gary Francione. There's no vegan beef between me and Gary. He did act condescending to me, but it was on social media. So I don't really hold him that accountable for that. But he is quite prickly, and I don't think that's good for our movement. So he's not really high up on my wish list of people to talk to. He's done some good things, but yeah, I don't want to blow it out of proportion, but he was quite condescending to me. And I just don't like people talking like that to anybody. Like, why are you going to act like that? Just because someone has a different opinion than you do. It's not the way that someone should behave when they're looked to in that way, I guess. I don't know. Whatever. Nah, damn. I don't want to add whatever.
It's forced all those jobs abroad and all that revenue.
All you've done is moved a business away from Britain to Denmark and other producers.
We can't control what other countries do.
No, he is not
in relation to-
the only coherent voice. Why are we like building people up into like, I don't know. I don't know. Like, there's a lot of really good people in our movement. A lot of them. Oh my God. Spooky coming through. Hang on. If I can. I did it. Spooky with the good message.
What they regard as acceptable or not acceptable. But you would be making a mistake if you thought there isn't this debate going on in Denmark and indeed Norway and indeed other countries.
But few believe that Scandinavian governments will destroy a trade so crucial to their people's prosperity. And in the meantime, the minister admits he's powerless to prevent the influx of fur.
We don't have control over the sale of fur, which comes into the UK quite legally and under international European law.
And he says he can't and won't ban UK consumers from buying and wearing fur.
Fur farming is legal in other European countries, and as it's sold within the single European market, it's a matter of choice. And I do believe that people should decide themselves what to do.
The battle to win over consumers will only become even more fierce in the future. Fur traders are claiming victory in the fight for fur this winter. Next winter, they're sure that business is going to be even better. Here, they're stocking up on the raw materials. Chinchilla. This is something called fin raccoon. Mink. And this used to be a silver fox.
Yeah, we can tell. Fuck this guy. This guy was very clearly biased in favor of the fur.
Its opponents are as determined as ever to bring the whole industry crashing down.
Pardon the pun, but the fur is going to fly.
No.
Last week, the antis were out in force, pressing London shoppers to
The antis.
boycott fur.
Animals on fur farms live in the most degrading, barbaric conditions possible. If anybody saw how those animals are treated, they would probably be sick or they'll come and join us on one of these protests. It's very, very important that you think about what you do with your money and that you don't spend it on the fur trade.
At the same time, Frank Zilberquite was delighted as the orders piled in from retailers stocking up with fur.
I think we turned the corner in the fur business now. Next winter should see fur everywhere, just everywhere.
Not if Dawn and Yana can help it. Just 2 days ago, their eye-catching campaign was launched.
In the future, people will look...
Days ago, their eye-catching campaign...
It's a lucky bear. Very lucky bear.
...was launched.
In the future, people will look back on this time and to see the fact that people were still wearing the skins of animals as a luxury item and be horrified.
The protests don't put off Frank Zilberquite.
At the end of the day, it doesn't deter us from doing what we believe we have a right to do, which is to sell what our customers want to buy. Just makes me feel more determined to continue to do my business.
Meanwhile, Arcadius
God,
and his
like
team
I said, I
did
really
get
wish
their
we could get that follow-up. That'd be nice. I really wish we could get the follow-up.
extravagant creation ready in time. They claim triumph.
He did seem a little ashamed. I agree.
You may not see anything resembling this on a high street near you, but you will be seeing plenty of fur, and with it, plenty of protests. Next week, the government says the answer to Britain's pensions crisis may be for us all to work beyond retirement age. But who will employ us? And should we be forced to work till we drop?
Yeah, it was BBC. Of course. Good old BBC. All right. Well, that was fun. I'm still going. I'm still energized. Can't wait to watch Djokovic play tonight. Good old Djokovic going for the semifinals of the Australian Open in Grand Slam number 25. Good old plant-based Novak Djokovic. But that's not until later. It's still some time away. Okay, let me... Ooh, I almost got rid of the tiny violin. Got to keep that. We could need that again. We might need that. Guys, hit like and subscribe if you would, please. Help me grow this channel to epic proportions. Epic proportions. Okay, let's see. Archive. Sorry, guys. Just give me a sec. Give me a sec. Don't rush me. Don't rush me. God, you guys are so impatient. I didn't even see the chat. You guys are probably extremely patient. I want to get like a... Let's see what this is. Hang on, hang on. Wait, no, that's not good. Patience, guys, patience. Patience. Okay, I think we got a debate here. Yes. Okay. I love the old debates. All right, here we go. Kilroy deer hunting 1996. Television studio debate on the subject of deer hunting includes participation from Hunt Sapp and John Bryant of the League Against Cruel Sports, as well as LACS footage. Okay. Let's check it out. Boost that up. We've seen this guy.
Hello. Hello and good morning.
This is the guy that did the fur one. Ingrid Newkirk was there. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure this is the same guy. So this guy was interested in this stuff, I guess. Pretty interested. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. It is free and easy. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. God, this glitch is driving me nuts. It's very hard to...
So Prince William shot his first stag, and at the tender age of 14. Is that the kind of example a future king of England should be setting? Is hunting cruel or a necessary part of wildlife conservation? David, you shot your first stag when you were 14, didn't you? Why?
Because, well, my whole life I've been brought up with stalking. My dad's a professional stalker, and he's given me all the...
Thank you for confirming what I just said a little bit ago, because Daddy did it. That's why.
Why we've been brought up with stalking.
You were 14, didn't you? Why?
Because, well, my whole life I've been brought up with stalking. My dad's a professional stalker, and he's given me all the why we stalk and why, why we shouldn't not stalk. And I thought for myself, and I thought, yes, it's a very good thing to do. So I enjoy stalking the deer.
Why was it a good thing to do?
Oh, well, because if you don't kill them, they'll just get overpopulated and they'll die of starvation and old age and disease.
So you...
Right. Yeah, the age-old excuse. Is he saying stalking? Is that the word he's using? Like STALK? Stalking the deer? What a weird thing to say, that this is a good thing.
Had this...
And I thought for myself, and I thought, yes, it's a very good thing to do. So I enjoy stalking the deer.
Why was it a good thing to do?
Oh, well, because if you don't kill them, they'll just get overpopulated and they'll die of starvation and old age and disease.
So you had this stag?
Oh, I had a buck, actually.
A buck in your sights?
Yeah.
Where?
How do you mean where?
Where were you?
Oh, I was in Suffolk, in the woods.
Yeah, it is.
In the woods.
Yeah.
UK.
And you
Freedom
got
fighter.
him lined up. What were you feeling?
I wasn't really feeling anything. My whole mind was on the job of killing him humanely and with a good shot.
And did you?
Yes.
What did you feel then?
I felt happy that I'd done the job well.
The job being just to kill him, to cull him.
Yeah, to kill him.
You had no...
This little fucking twerp. Like, you're this like magnificent creature, this, this deer, and then this little fucking twerp shoots you because Daddy did it. Fuck you, kid.
Should you have any remorse?
Well, no, I mean, I think if you are going to have any remorse, you think about it a few days before, a year before, and I'd made up my mind by then that it was the right thing to do. Therefore, I had no remorse of killing him.
Claire?
I'm 15. I just know I couldn't do it. I'd just like to know, I mean, is it necessary?
Well, yes, isn't it? If you don't kill them, deer will just...
If you don't kill them, they'll die. That's literally the argument. If you don't do it, they'll die. If you don't kill them, they could die. Guys, if you don't kill them, they could die. In fact, there's a good chance they will. A very strong chance they will die. I would say 100% chance they'll die.
They have more and more babies, and they'll just get lots and lots more deer will appear, and eventually there'll be not enough vegetation to support them.
Not enough vegetation because of the deer. Right. Because of the deer, that's what's taking all the vegetation, right? Not little fucks like you. You sure? Are you sure it's not the humans who are overpopulated and taking their land?
they'll start dying of starvation, old age, and disease.
Starvation, old age, and disease. You know, at least he read the propaganda, so he can repeat it verbatim.
Yeah, but don't you think that if nature was left to control its own animals and wildlife, that it would make it even better? I don't think there's any need to go about killing animals.
Well, we're here. We're humans. We've got we're think intelligently. We don't like being inhumane. And if you leave nature to do its job, for deer, they will die of starvation. They'll die of disease, and that's not humane.
Was it the right thing for Prince William to be doing?
Guys, you know, I had to kill that person because they would have died of disease, quite possibly, or starvation. So it's okay. That murder, that. I'm sorry. I didn't come here to confess to you guys, okay? I'm just kidding. I'm just joking around.
Doing this at the same age. So David says no problem. He was quite competent and knowledgeable and professional about it. Clear shot, clear aim, no emotion.
With
clinical, professional, dead, cold, done a job. He actually used the expression.
Jake sent 100. Wait, let me read that again. Jake sent 100 for 2 joules. Thank you, Jake. Jake, you're badass. Jake Lagatere, people. If you're not subbed to Jake Lagatere, why not? What's it going to take, people? What's it going to take to get you to sub to Jake Lagatere? Fucking people not listening to me. Jake, they don't listen. Some of them listen, but some of them don't listen. It's outrageous. Okay, let me put it in both the things. Can't use the thing anymore. I know you don't know what I'm talking about. 100, another one. Another one. Do it. Let me clean up my browser a little bit. Not that way. I know what y'all are thinking. I just have too many tabs open. Okay, there we go.
I've done the job. Should Prince William be doing it?
I don't think any child should be doing anything of the sort. I think children should be brought up to look after animals, and that way they learn to responsibility for other people and other things.
Right.
And that way should be doing anything of the sort. I think children should be brought up to look after animals, and that way they learn to responsibility for other people and other things.
You weren't the only one.
Right.
But I think to keep animals in the wild and cull them in the wild is a lot less cruel than to lock up a hamster or a gerbil in a cage for its entire life and never let it out of there. And also, I mean, I went hunting.
Prince William, you're happy about him doing that? You find it acceptable?
I think that is acceptable if it was killed humanely. I went hunting for the first time when I was 13. By the time I'd been hunting, fox hunting. But by the time most children are 13, they've seen so much more violence on TV and in the newspapers that seeing a fox being killed for the proper reasons is nothing compared to that.
The proper reasons.
Well, so, right for Prince William at the age of 14. 13, she said, fine, not a problem.
I think it's appalling. I go back to my very small childhood. My father was a chauffeur to a titled person in Reigate. They went up for hunting grouse and stags. I didn't know this. I was too small to know. For me, stags were Father Christmas. This stag came back, this beautiful stag on the back of a shooting brake. And as I walked to a tiny top down here, and this is with me now, 50 odd years ago, and there's a tear rolling down this face, and I shall never, that haunts me. I think it's appalling. I think that
it's been acknowledged now by two particularly high up people, Jim Barrington and Stephen Watson from the Bedfordshire League Against Cruel Sports. They've left that organisation because they feel the only true friend of the fox is the hunter.
I think to hunt anything.
Oh, okay. The only true friend of the fox is the hunter. I wonder if just like thinking about that comment for just a fraction of a second might produce, you know, a different conclusion. You know, like if you just hear me out, rather than just going like that, try going like that. I know you don't have a beard. You can't do it like me. You can still do this though. You can go. Or you can do this if that suits you. Try that. Try this. Can you all see? I can't even tell. All right. But do this. Not this.
We're talking about Prince William. What did you think about Prince William shooting a stag at the age of 14?
Well, I'm 14 and I think that it's perfectly acceptable. I mean,
why?
You hunt.
Well, I don't hunt myself because my horse isn't ready yet, but I would go if he was ready. I've been on mock hunts.
I haven't been hunting because my horse isn't ready yet. Oh, man. The youth. The fucking youth, guys.
Before, and I know what goes on, and it's like I've been on fox hunting, but not stag shooting. Or
And
anything like
you're
that.
old enough to understand it all. See, one of the arguments that's been deployed against
the fucking youth, troubled youth. Man. UK freedom fighter. One of Jake's first subs. You know, I was there early on too. I was, you know, look, I was there before it was cool to be sub to Jake. I mean, it was cool. Don't get me wrong, but you know, before it became the thing, the in thing. Now everybody's like, yeah, no, I was there for the early hits. No, I was there for the early hits. UK freedom fighter was there for the early hits. Now everybody thinks they were part of that. Yeah, whatever.
William is that his parents are irresponsible doing that to him at that age, and he's too young to understand the arguments and the pros and the cons, and therefore to make a decision about something which is so highly controversial and sensitive. You're saying that, like David here, you're 13 and you do understand, and if you want to, you're ready to hunt.
Well, I think that at 14, 13, I think you're mature enough to understand that. So
It's not
yeah,
a
I think
problem.
it's all right.
Was it acceptable? Yeah.
This is too young.
It's too young.
I don't agree with it. Anyone who goes stag shooting should be 21 years old when they can hold a proper firearm certificate, and they are of an age when they can make up their own minds as to what they're more mature
John,
in themselves.
Well, the law have already decided that 14 is an acceptable age to hold a firearm certificate. That's the first point. Prince William was probably egging on the...
Well, that kid was 13. One of them was 13. The other was 14.
The Balmoral stalker for 2 or 3 years prior to this, dying for the day that he became 14 so he could go out and do what every dad in this country wants, follow in his father's footsteps and follow on the royal tradition.
Got to do what daddy did.
Of taking.
Got to do what daddy did.
A wonderful experience. That
why is it a wonderful experience? What is the wonderful experience?
Why
of
is that a
killing some-
virtue that a lot of people seem to have? My dad did it, so I must. What happened to rebels, guys? My dad did that shit. Oh, fuck that. I'm doing this. Be a rebel. My dad was great, by the way. Is great, but I'm just saying. But if my dad was shooting animals, I'd be like, no. I do what I want.
Thing that is so beautiful and so dignified. How can that be a wonderful experience? Explain it to me.
it's one of the most difficult things to explain of all, because it's an emotion which only the stalker experiences. But I think we ought to put it in perspective.
Well, tell me.
Well, I'm trying to put it in perspective that we've got 2 million deer on the ground in the British Isles.
No, the feeling. Now you're going to give me the reasons why you do it.
Well,
But you started off. Now
there
you're
is
going to tell me about the need to call.
There is a
I want to know
massive-
this feeling you get.
The feeling
This
is
emotion you then went on to call it.
It's rather like David said earlier. It's a question of a job well done. The job has to be done because there's something like 500,000 deer a year need to be taken out in this country alone. It has to be done. Let's do it properly.
Oh,
Let's
it has
do it
to be
well. Let's
done.
train them to do it properly and well.
Oh, it
You
has
say that the job has to be done. okay, perhaps it does have to be done, but shouldn't it be done by somebody that has been properly trained to do this job and not let a lot of amateurs out there shooting at anything?
Why are we granting it has to be done? Can we not? I mean, I'm glad which side you're on, lady, but can we push back on these claims a little bit instead of just like, oh, okay, well, yeah, sure. It just, yeah, 500,000, they just have to be shot. Of course. Yeah. It's not like maybe we should just stop, growing and expanding into their territory. No. We shouldn't do that. We shouldn't set aside nature preserves and stuff like that and take care of the land. No, we shouldn't do that. No, we should shoot deer. Push back.
Across the front
Total misconception. Prince William would have probably had the finest training available to any person in this country in terms of the head stalker at Balmoral, who's one of the most experienced deer people in the country.
It's only one person you're talking about. What about all the hundreds and thousands of other people?
They're all
They
trained.
go out shooting. They're not all trained. Half of them are amateurs.
I don't care if they're trained or not. Fuck them all. Fuck the animal murderers. I just don't like this point she's making. I understand she's arguing on our side, but come on, lady. I mean, she's trying to pin them down on something like, oh, you're making the kids do this. Well, who gives a fuck if it's a kid or an adult? I don't care. The animal didn't care who shot them.
You have to let the father or the parent have a say in that.
I'm not saying that.
And you're the parent. I am the parent. I am David's father.
Let her finish, Monica.
Sorry.
And I sussed him out like any father would suss out his child and saw him mature. And if he hadn't been ready at 14 to shoot, I wouldn't have let him shoot.
That kid. I would not trust someone looking like that with any fucking thing. Anything. That kid is 14, looks 9. No. No. And looks so preppy and pampered. Oh, God. I shouldn't be like talking about, never mind.
But he started his training when he was 13, and he was very methodical, very conscientious about it. And you heard him say that he had made his own decision that he was able to live with. He didn't have a hang-up about killing. He understood why it was necessary and why it was good for the countryside and the land. Of course, one's upset to see a beautiful animal killed, but you can rationalize it.
By my mommy.
Yes, I don't like seeing a thing because it is absolutely necessary. I don't have a hang-up about killing. Don't get me wrong.
It's acceptable to stalk deer, is it?
It's not only acceptable, it's essential.
Why?
If we don't do it, they would cause problems for us, for the economy of the countryside, for the natural history, and most important, for themselves.
It's essential.
Is someone going to push back on this bullshit? Please.
On game reserves or on deer reserves, yes, I agree that culling is necessary, but only to take out the weak.
Who are these people? Why is it necessary? God damn, people don't think at all. Oh, it's just deer. It's just the deer that we have to shoot. Does that make any fucking sense, people? What about all the other animals that we don't shoot? Oh, okay. They're just, growing in population. Got to shoot them. Always deer. Always fucking deer, guys. Remember this. Point this out the next time someone says this bullshit. Only deer. They don't even make this dumbass argument about the foxes. They don't even say that then. Maybe they do. But I don't hear it. I don't hear it like this.
The injured and the sick, not to take out the animals, the hinds, the bucks that are in their prime. It's cruel.
A lot of people think that this is it, but the problem is that I work on nature reserves, not on sporting estates only. I actually manage the deer on nature reserves. A healthy deer population breeds very robustly. You have too many deer, they eat the vegetation, the wildflowers and everything.
And then they grow back, you fucking idiot. Plants, when you eat them, keep growing. That's, oh man, I just hate how stupid people are. They're so fucking dumb. Plants keep growing. You get it? Oh my God. People are stupid. Just fucking dumb. Go back to school like this kid that probably is in school or something. He just hasn't learned yet about botany. Learn some botany. God.
And if we want a healthy, balanced ecology in the countryside, we must keep the deer in balance with all the other things.
So why aren't you funding alternative methods of keeping the deer numbers at a regulated figure? Why aren't you funding methods of contraceptives to put in the food for the female deers, the hinds to
why
come
are you
on
shaking
this?
your head? Why are you shaking your head, Michael?
On a number of counts, I've heard this particular argument on a number of occasions. I have to say that there is some validity in it. The fact is that contraception is a mechanism, and we accept within the Deer Society that it is a mechanism. But what I would say to you is
the animal people didn't push back hard enough. Now we're on deer contraception.
that it's still too early in the evolution of contraception on deer for us, and I believe the country, to take that as a line. For a start, none of the methods of contraception are actually legal in this country at the moment. They're not actually licensed. That's point number one.
Why aren't we funding methods to find out more about it?
We are. The fact is, the Deer Society is doing it. We are doing and have been doing for some time research into contraception. We have been gathering information from Australia, Canada, America, and around the countryside on contraception, around the world on contraception. And what we're doing is we're then asking...
Condoms for deer. Let's do it. Let's do it. Condoms for deer. Has anyone started that business? I'm going to do it. Condoms for deer. And then we can hand them out to the hunters and say, hey, hand these out.
The learned people in this country, the scientists, the veterinary practitioners, for their considered opinion on the validity of contraception. Now, it may well come. It may well come, but at the moment, it's too early.
It better not come. That's what we're trying to stop. Wrap it up. Okay, it'll come, but control the flow. Control the flow, man.
But ignoring the argument of contraception, surely you still can see that culling, actual methodically going out to shoot deer, stalk deer, is morally wrong.
No, I don't. I disagree with you entirely, and I'll tell you why. Hugh Rose has already touched on the basis of it. But the fact is, irrespective of the numbers of deer that are wild in the country, we believe there are probably close to 1.25, 1.5 million deer in the country. They breed, and they breed highly successfully. You can say that anywhere between 300,000 to 500,000 deer, new youngsters every year. Now, there is no means...
Listen. If the deer breed successfully, power to them. Then maybe they should be in charge. They're the ones taking over. Cool. Let's have a deer world. I'll take a deer world. I bet you guys would too. Why are you messing up with the natural flow of things? You know, putting up barriers to the semen. Stop that. Stop that. They're apparently the best at this. I always thought it was rabbits. People say fuck like rabbits, but maybe it's deer. Maybe we should say you should fuck like deer. I don't know. The direction of my channel, guys, is questionable at best. It's become a lot of gaming streams. When I go live, this happens. I don't know.
Of controlling that population. So every year you see that increase. Now, there is a die-off at the top, but nevertheless, the youngsters coming in at the bottom exceed the numbers going out of the top. And you get to a point where you reach a saturation with deer, and the deer have an impact on the environment, which we cannot live with.
Well, so
they have an impact on
surely
themselves.
the stalkers that actually follow them around, traipsing the countryland, is that argument as well?
Well,
I feel that myself, contraception is an important
Good point, I guess.
thing. You're saying other people are looking into it abroad, Australia and America. And others. What are they doing about it? Are they using contraception? Well, like if so, why not? Why we?
I think you're winning the argument here, haven't you? You've shifted the argument around. See, I would have gone hard on the morality, the cruelty.
Thank you. Thank you. You've shifted this around. Yeah, the animal people are falling flat, aren't they? They're over here talking about contraception for deer.
Kind of uncivilized thing. But here you've managed to be very deft and subtle and shift the argument. Now he's going to blame the Americans for not having come up with a...
This guy, let's see. I feel like this guy, he plays a character. He's obviously playing a character, but he seems to be picking up on things more.
Contraceptive method.
Well, if you want me to,
It's a bloody cruel. You'd rather kill and shoot an animal than treat
how
it
much
normally
fun he's
like any other
having, too. Look at
I'd
him.
rather kill and shoot.
Look how much fun that guy's having. That guy loves his job. If only we could all love our jobs in the way that he loves his job. What's up, Alicia? Yeah, we need to get that kind of joy, guys. Let's be joyful warriors, you know? Like that guy.
An animal then treat it normally like any other person does it with contraception.
I'm quite happy to
It comes down to you love killing animals.
Okay. I'm quite happy to talk about shooting, but the question that was raised
I am
was
a marksman. I wouldn't
contraception.
shoot an animal in my life.
Yeah,
The question
fair.
I was asked.
Fair. He's talking about the contraception because y'all made it about the contraception because y'all didn't push back on the bullshit. Now you're arguing on his terms. You see, animal people, you failed in this debate so far. Get it back on track. We're 12 minutes in, 43 minutes total. Damn.
Was contraception. And the point I'm making to you is that there is considerable research. Now, I think what concerns me from the studies that we've done of the research so far, and I suspect that probably we are more advanced than any organization in this audience in terms of the research on contraception, is that there is not a common view. You can take one expert in America who will say this is the complete answer. You then go to another expert who's been doing it for 15 years in Canada, who says it has no application at all for wild deer.
So one of the problems is contraception. But let's return to the kind of argument of principle, if you like, the rights and the wrongs. Should we be hunting stag?
No, definitely not.
Why?
Well, I was brought up like Prince Charles' boy has been brought up to hunt. I was indoctrinated to hunt. And
Indoctrinated?
I was indoctrinated to hunt. I was told that it was a very fair thing to do, that the animal either got killed or it got away. I wasn't told then that if an animal escapes after a long run, it may not be fit to breed for 2 years. It's in such a appalling condition. And
Again,
I took up hunting and became a riding instructor. I took other people.
I mean, cool, but they're all missing the point.
Out hunting. People, the men whom I rode, supplied horses to the hunt, and a second horse to the hunt. And I very often rode a second horse for the actual huntsman. And when he changed over in the morning, his horse was in such a condition it was like driving a car with no tires on. It was absolutely exhausted. Now, I've seen horses hunted and dropped dead through being overridden. The excitement is terrific. By hunting, by a death at the end of it. They used to say to me at the end of the day, "Were you in it to death?" You see,
What
it's
did
a
you
wrong
feel about that?
attitude.
Unethical.
Well, at one time, you see, I was brought up to understand that just like this boy,
What do you
Charles'
feel?
boy, I've forgotten his name, he's brought up to
You'll be in
believe
trouble.
in it. Well, I don't care.
I mean, you're
about
anti-hunting and you can't remember the heir to the throne's name.
I don't.
Neither can I.
No, good.
The government doesn't use contraception, I think, Tess, because this isn't a real problem. It's not a real problem. The deer aren't an issue. Because if the deer were an issue, why aren't all the other animals an issue? You know, like, it's only deer. It's always only deer. This is just the bullshit that they make up to justify their bloodlust, their hunting bloodlust. So they came up with this argument that, oh, if we don't do this, they'll die. Oh, man, I can't believe the stupidity of this argument and that so many people buy it. So many people buy into this. If we don't hunt them, they'll die. I just, yeah.
Good. We'll go to the tower together. It's unethical, Robbie.
Look, the whole thing.
Stags on it.
God, let's just hope for a deer world, guys. Let's hope the deer's amazing fertility is enough to outweigh what we're doing to them. I vote. I hope no one will take this out of context, but I vote for deer semen. I root for deer semen. Do it, deer. Keep fucking.
My friend is
We've already talked
no,
about
it's
wildlife. We've already talked about wildlife management, and I'm sure even this gentleman would accept the people looking after the countryside are the landowners and the farmers. Without them providing the habitat, you wouldn't have any wildlife.
I mean, you know, at what point do we talk about contraceptives for billionaires? Contraception for Elon, for J.D. Vance, who's having his 4th child. All these fucks having so many goddamn kids. 4 kids. J.D. Vance. Fuck you, J.D. All these like conservative evangelicals encouraging us to have more kids. More. Government incentives to have children on a planet with 8 billion people. Destroying everything. Just fucking obliterating the planet. Man. But the deer are the problem. Well.
Would you? The farmers and landowners provide the habitat.
Remember, guys, the deer destroy all the vegetation. They eat all the plants. That's what deer do. They destroy all the vegetation. You know why people say this shit? Because some people have gardens, you know, and then the deer come through and then they do eat the shit in their gardens. That's what happens. But the thing is, it still grows. You know,
a lot of it is national park. And
Not a lot of Britain.
People get in their gardens.
Stags, Julia, is it acceptable to hunt stags?
No, I would say it certainly isn't acceptable to hunt anything, and it's certainly not acceptable to hunt stags. What we're talking about here,
stags.
Yeah, we're talking about stags, and we're talking about hunting stags. Now, first of all, it's not a natural way, because if they had a natural predator, those natural predators would actually take out the sick and the elderly and so on. So this is certainly an unnecessary and an unnatural way of hunting. Secondly, we're calling it a field sport. Now, any sort of sport in any other situation implies 2 equal opposing protagonists who have agreed to take part in this. Now, where the equality in stag hunting is, I can't see.
Alison.
Because those hounds...
You made a couple of points. It's a conversation back and forward. Let's get...
You say that it's not natural. You have to remember that thousands of years ago, the natural predator to the deer was in fact the wolf.
I'm well aware of that.
And we no longer have wolves.
No.
So therefore the hound is a very
We no longer have wolves. I wonder why.
natural predator to the deer. And I come from Hampshire in the New Forest, where we have a hunt, the buckhound, who hunt there under license from the Forestry Commission and do a very, very responsible job for
and those hounds
Commission.
are bred for their stamina rather than their speed. You have to remember that the stag or the buck can run for a long time, but it will eventually tire. And those hounds are bred for their stamina. They can get to the stag before the huntsman gets there, quite often pulls the stag down before the huntsman can humanely kill it. But this is beside the point. What I'm saying is it's called a sport. Now, it is not a sport in the accepted sense, and anybody who can get pleasure,
can be a job.
The animal people are just flailing badly, losing this debate miserably.
Are you going to say anyone who can get pleasure?
Anyone who can get pleasure from killing and the fun of killing, because that's what sport is.
He's what? He's what?
He's quite frankly,
he's what?
A psychopath.
Is morally bankrupt.
You're morally bankrupt,
No,
Alison.
if I got pleasure out of the killing, out of the bloodlust, which
I'm sorry.
He's what? He's what?
I'm sorry. This host is the best thing about this show. He's like, say it. He's like, come on, go at him. Say it. What are they? What are they? Say it. Morally bankrupt. You're morally bankrupt. He's trying to get this going.
He's what?
It's quite frankly,
He's what?
Is morally bankrupt.
You're morally bankrupt,
No,
Alison.
if I got pleasure out of the killing, out of the bloodlust, which some opponents do say, I would go and work in an
don't call
abattoir.
it a sport.
Surely.
It's
If it's the blood that got me going.
It's the word sport that's so objectionable.
Why?
Because sport implies
not the sport.
Then don't kill it.
She's concerned that it's called a sport. See, they are just, this is a very weak showing. I don't know who these people are. They could just be members of the public for all I know. Just random people. But yeah, they are not doing well.
Have a drag hunt. You don't need to kill it. Obviously.
Come on, Jan. Answer it. Answer it. Don't kill it.
Give me half a chance,
Okay.
but she doesn't stop.
Take a breath,
Right.
Julia.
So take a breath, Julia. You can have a sport which involves following the hounds, enjoying the countryside, riding across country. The death of the fox or the death of the deer is part of the management of that species. It's the reason the landowners let us
that sounds
on their land.
that sounds Janet, that sounds really lovely, doesn't it? The way you're saying it now. You're saying
it's
it.
that.
You're saying
for
it with a
hunting,
nice.
you are not
Julie,
taking out
please,
the
just a minute.
elderly
Julie,
stag.
you're saying it with a nice face and a pleasant smile. And how could looking at you or Alison, anybody imagine that either of you would deliberately harm or be cruel to anything? But the fact of the matter, it very often ends up being cruel. Look at the film, for example, that we can show you now, and the kind of things that happen here. This is, and this is not a new video, but that is not something that a civilized person should be doing, is it, Jim?
Well, I would have a lot of difficulty trying to justify stag hunting. I think we're confusing things here. We're talking about the killing of any animal and the ways in which those animals are killed. And I would say that certainly as far as deer hunting is concerned,
small-dicked men. Look at this.
About the killing of any
Look at
animal
them.
and the
Man, having a small penis really does things to people.
ways in which those animals are killed. And I would say that certainly as far as deer hunting is concerned, that you have to look at what may take its place if just a simple knee-jerk reaction ban comes in. If legislators are going to ban this activity, then they must be fully appraised of all the facts. And there is a study going on, Cambridge University at the moment, and I think that that should be waited for, the results of that should be waited for, and then
So you're
a
agnostic
decision
on this?
No, what I'm thinking of is that what I want doesn't really count. It's what happens outside. And I can ask for the world, I can ask for utopia. But if people outside have a very different view...
What do you mean people outside? We're the people
So-
outside.
I
What's your
think-
view? What's your view?
Well, I think we've got two totally separate issues here. We've
That was kind of rude. He just walked away from him while he was talking.
got the issue that people go out hunting animals for sport.
We're talking about stags at the
Yeah,
moment.
and then we've got the other issue where they are responsibly going out killing them to cull them. Now,
Responsibly culling. Yeah, right. That's
obviously there is a need for that, where we do it to our domestic pets. If we've got an injured pet, we would have it put down, and I think the same applies with
oh my God. Can someone push back
wild
on
animals.
these
But the big
fucking
difference
idiots?
is that for people to go out, say, hunting of any kind on horses.
Is there
it
anybody in
costs
this
you- must
audience
be
who
about-
can grasp this subject at all? Like
about £5,000 a
Who's
year in
there?
livery alone. Now you're doing that just
they had Ingrid at one of the last one. Like, so they pull in people who are in the fight.
because you want to look after the animals. I
Alison?
don't think so. It's sport. You do it because you
Yeah.
enjoy it and admit it.
But you say that it's
I mean, that's a good point there, but still.
it's responsible to go out dealing with sick and injured animals.
Yes, but the people...
Again, going back to the area that I come from, which is the New Forest, the 3 hunts in the New Forest are responsible for picking up thousands of injured animals off the roads.
She's saying the hunters are responsible for picking up the roadkill. There's also animals that do that. You ever heard of vultures, lady? Like, yep.
or who die or have to be seen to with a humane killer in the
So
forest.
do a lot of motorists.
Right?
I mean, that doesn't
justify it.
It
That
doesn't
is a service that they are
No, because the
providing.
point is
It's
that
a
the
lot of
lions are the
this.
only animal that can track the wounded deer that's been hit by a motorist or a lorry. They might report it, and the hounds
Yeah,
are
but you're
taken to that
also
area,
killing
and they
good,
do track
strong,
it.
healthy
And when it
animals
goes
at
to
the same
bay,
time.
they do shoot it dead at close quarters.
But you are also killing healthy animals at the same time.
Diana,
Yep.
are you motivated by bloodlust?
No, I'm not. But I am.
Oh, what are you motivated by then? Please explain. It's about the cull, is it? That's what you're motivated by? You have a real concern about the deer population. That's just the issue that you glommed onto, right? You were real concerned. You looked at the world and you had all these issues in front of you, and that's the one that really struck out to you was deer population. There's too many deer because deer are good at fucking.
Hang on, you don't know what she's going to say yet. Are you?
No, I'm not motivated by bloodlust.
I'll ask my friends.
So what are you
question, have
motivated
been
by?
blooded?
No, I haven't actually, but that's unusual. I think I probably just escaped the net.
Why do you hunt
It was
foxes?
a long time ago. They
Why
don't
you
do that anymore anyway.
Why do you hunt foxes?
It's part of the fabric and tradition of the way I've grown up.
Daddy did it. Fucking hell. God, these people are so fucking brain dead.
And it's a privilege actually that that I'm proud to carry on.
Why is it
a privilege? Well, you are privileged.
Privilege?
It started, I suppose, when the farmers had their plough horses and got them fit, they're very fit after ploughing. Their farm work was done. What were they going to do with these lovely horses? They loved their dogs and they loved to see them chase the natural predatory line.
772.
And they started following their
Sweet.
dogs on horseback.
You enjoyed?
It's very exciting to watch a pack of hounds work. To watch a pack of hounds work as nature intended it to, and to be part of the predatory,
But you
part
said,
of the predatory chain is all we are.
you said to begin with, your first, and therefore one assumes it's the most important thing to you, because of the first point that you made when I asked why you did it. You said tradition is part of the countryside tradition. Traditions can be good and bad, can't they?
Yes.
There are very many bad traditions. We don't burn witches anymore. We don't put people in the stocks. Perhaps we should, but we don't.
Why is the host the only one that can articulate this argument? I'm baffled. I'm baffled by the makeup of this room.
Just because it's a tradition doesn't make it inherently good, does it?
No, obviously I've thought a lot about it. It's not something that you just
How do you justify it?
do. I justify it, I suppose, because I've seen a hound kill a fox. I've seen it drop dead with its neck broken, but it's dead before it hits the ground. I know for a fact, having seen it, that it is dead before the hounds get to it. And I've also seen the fox.
Okay. So she's saying, I saw it one time how one of the animals died, and that's how she justifies it. Okay.
Who's been caught in a trap. I've also seen a fox that's gnawed a fox's foot left in a trap when it gnawed its leg through and limped.
Yeah.
So you're okay. So she's against trapping animals, and that's how she uses. That's what she uses to justify shooting animals. Oh God. Mental health break. That's what I need. Let's read Too Many Trolls. Okay. Hannah was excited. Today she was going to visit Aunt Inger and Uncle Hans. She couldn't wait to see their new baby. Come in, Hannah, said Aunt Inger, but be very quiet. Baby is sleeping, whispered Uncle Hans. Shh. Don't worry, said Hannah. Baby won't wake up. I'll be nice and quiet. Hannah sat down to play a game with Uncle Hans. Aunt Inger picked up a book and began to read. Everything was peaceful and quiet. Then suddenly, zoom! A golf ball came flying through my window. My goodness! Cried Aunt Inger. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang loudly. Hannah ran to open the front door. There was Mr. Parr from next door. Sorry about that wild shot. He apologized. He didn't mean it. May I come in and look for my golf ball? Okay, said Hannah. Shh. Baby is sleeping. We gotta keep it down. Mr. Parr tiptoed in and everyone helped him look for the golf ball. But before they could find it, ding dong! Ding dong! The doorbell rang again. There's the pictures. Karate Kid and Roxy Step were at the door. Hi, they said. Maybe we come in and watch your TV. It's time for our favorite exercise program, and our TV is broken. Fuck. Okay, Hannah said, but shh. Baby is sleeping. And watch your language in this house. Oh, sorry. There's the picture. Okay. Hannah turned on the TV, and ding dong, 3 peppy cheerleaders bounced into the room. Hello, said cheerleader Buffy. May we ask Roxy a question? Okay, Hannah said, but shh, baby is sleeping. There's the photos. They're actually pictures because this is really happened. Here. Soon the doorbell rang again. Ding dong, ding dong. This time 4 little tykes were at the door. They looked at Hannah with big, sad puppy eyes. We're lonely, they said. May we come in and play? Okay, Hannah said, but shh, baby is sleeping. You can pause if you need to look at it. Before Hannah could close the door, ding dong, a family of farmers rang the bell. It's okay, guys. Don't prejudge. May we come in? Asked the 5 farmers. We saw all your friends and decided to share our fresh fruit with everybody. Fresh fruit. Fruit farmers. They're good. They're cool. Well, okay, Hannah said, but shh, baby is sleeping. It's all right. I know. I had a disgusted reaction too when we first started that chapter. The farmers went inside and ding dong, 6 clowns appeared at the door. Clowns now. Can we come in? We heard there was a party and we love parties. Well, all right, Hannah said, but shush, baby is sleeping. There you go. There you go. I know it's small. I know my camera's small. I know what y'all are thinking. You can't see. We're taking a mental health break. That's what we're doing. We're reading this book. It's not long, okay? It's not long. The house was getting a little crowded and very noisy. Before long, there was another ding dong. And look, the reason I do it that way is because it's in big all caps, okay? So I'm supposed to read it that way. But baby kept right on sleeping even when 7 little playmates came to peek into his crib. Look how crowded it's getting in there. Guys, that's already too many trolls. Gotta say. Baby kept on sleeping when 8 joggers came in for a drink of water. My God, 8 joggers. Even 2 joggers would be too many for this party. And when 9 baseball players came inside to rest, what, the whole fucking team? 9 baseball players? How many players are there on a baseball team? I don't know. I don't play baseball or watch baseball. I don't know. There's probably nine. Probably 9 of them. Look, there's the picture. Definitely 9 players. Then the doorbell rang again. Ding dong. It was an airplane pilot. This chapter, I swear. May I use your phone? He asked. My plane just crashed. They wrote that very matter-of-factly, like my plane just crashed, period. No, comma. My plane just crashed. Instead of my plane just crashed with exclamation points extending beyond the page. That's how you when you crash a plane, you can't be chill like this. What is this guy like? The guy who landed on the Hudson? Scully, is that his name? Sully Sullenberger. He's always known for being like really measured and level. I just landed the plane, and I realized that we weren't going to make it to the thing, so I engaged with my training, my emergency preparations, and landed us right on that Hudson. My plane just crashed, and I've got to call a taxi for these 10 passengers. All right, Hannah said, but shh, baby is sleeping. Hannah looked around the crowded house. She began counting 60 Norfin trolls, she exclaimed. There are too many trolls in this house. All caps. Wasn't me. It was her. Everyone stopped and stared at Hannah. I'm sorry, she announced, but everybody has to leave. Baby needs peace and quiet. Okay. Look how many trolls, guys. Too many. Too many trolls. That's how many. The trolls left the house quickly, but they did not leave quietly. Bye-bye, they yelled. Thanks, they called. See ya. Others hollered. I don't know. They said it like that. They said it like that. Baby kept right on sleeping. Baby sleeps through a lot. Finally, the house was completely quiet. Ah, peace at last, Hannah said. Peace at last. But Baby said, that's what Baby said. I didn't make it up. Too Many Trolls by Kafka. Franz Kafka. Franz Kafka wrote that. No, I'm just kidding. It's Mitzi Kafka. Okay, Mitzi Kafka. Get you a copy. I don't know. I hope Mitzi is nice. I've promoted her book twice now.
Doesn't make hunting. And I've also seen a fox dying of starvation because it has been poorly shot. It's a very difficult creature to shoot.
And I've seen foxes ripped apart by hounds. I've seen the heads ripped off them and paraded about. I've seen young children.
Every baseball.
No, they're not. They're not. I've been at the kill, and in your experience,
but I've hunted with a great many packs of hounds, and
I've been on quite a lot of hunts, and I don't know any.
I've hunted for over 40 years with about 90 different packs of hounds.
Hey, but Robin, hang on, please,
Robin, hang on. I don't go there.
Let's face it,
the
be all and end all is that you enjoy what you're doing. You're trying to find arguments to justify it. You know that the majority of public opinion in this country is against you. You know that hunting has got a limited life in this country, especially hunting with hounds. You're trying to justify what you do. But the be all and end all is that you enjoy it. You've been brought up with it. You've had children. You're brought up from a very early age. Babes in arms are taken out on hunts, and we have laws in this country to put certificates on videos, on cinemas to try and protect our children from violence. And then people like you bring children out. They watch the kill. They encourage young children to shoot animals.
Foxes, we're talking about that, Robin.
He's got no idea what he's talking about.
I know exactly what I'm talking about. So
I'm sorry. Is anything he said incorrect?
Be patronising. You don't know me. You don't know my experience. You're being extremely patronising.
No, the fact is,
leave it to the kid. He's like, I don't know how old, 18. He's kicking ass in this debate in the way that everybody else is not.
The fact is that probably only 3%.
Like have a little attitude, a little force behind what you say, and just make it make sense, please.
Only 3%, probably only 3% of the farming community actually go hunting. So you've got 97% of the farmers, or at least 95, which have children, grandmothers, wives, and all those people.
Did he say something
about? Did I miss something? Farming families, they accept the tradition of hunting, but I can assure you, with the damage that horses can do to farmland, they would not have the hunts over their land unless that family had decided within the family unit that it was a good thing to do.
I'm glad you introduced the farmers.
That's why.
Let's hear from the farmers. Let's hear from the farmers. Whether they like the hunt over their land. Because you said they do.
Well, sometimes
otherwise
you
we wouldn't be hunting.
But perhaps if you let me just say my story, you don't very often get an awful lot of chance whether you want the hunt coming through your land. I've got a farm, I had a farm out in Dorset, and unfortunately when we bought it, I didn't realise it was right in the middle of 3 hunts. We had to stay at home about 3 days a week from work just to protect our land and our animals, because the hunt just used to come straight through our land. They used to terrorise our sheep. We used to have to keep the horses in indoor stables with the radio on, because horses go absolutely ballistic when there's a hunt around.
But the
and
point
I've
is that
actually
the
got
vast
damage
majority,
to one of my horses. I've got a
the
vet's
hunt should
bill.
respect your privacy.
Yes, but how do they do that? I kept writing to them. I kept writing to them. I sent them plans of what our land was.
Yeah.
I used to go down to the hunt meets and say to them,
Yeah.
please do not come on our land. Are you going to be coming anywhere near? The hounds are always totally out of control. And when the fox runs, you've got to admit that you've got no idea which way those hounds are going to go.
Well, I've
and
had
they
exactly
go
the
across
same
someone's land.
exactly the same situation occurred to me. I took over our family farm about 8 years ago, and one winter's afternoon, a young girl who used to keep her pony on our farm was out riding, and she came back with her hands cut. She'd been trying to restrain her pony because the hunt had appeared from nowhere, trespassing on our land without informing me in advance. And at that point, I mean, I suddenly became involved. I was always felt that I was against blood.
They're just, they're missing the point of all the whole debate. And now they're talking about something which, to be fair, that guy probably agrees with when he said that. He said they should respect your privacy. So what is the purpose really of bringing this up to him? It's just a diversion from the core debate. Sure, like we can say that they're disrespectful of your privacy and stuff. They're a bunch of dicks. We know that. They kill animals. We know. They're scum. We get it. Absolute fucking vile scum.
Sports, but that was the point at which I became very involved. I wrote to our local hunt. I told them what I felt. I sent them an annotated map showing the farm boundaries, and I said, if obviously you will keep off. If you don't keep off, I will, pursue further action. And what did they do? A few weeks later, there they were again, trespassing on our land, bringing the hounds across.
They don't care. They're
They
insured.
really couldn't care less. In fact, this has been going on and on and on for about 8 years.
But the fact is that fox hunts go out 400. Fox hunts go out 400 times a week in this country throughout the winter.
And virtually every time they commit trespass.
At the invitation of farmers.
That's absolute nonsense.
Many
I'm sorry, it's a fact.
And they don't have
it
the
is a
opportunity
fact.
to say no.
And in Warwickshire, where I come from,
distraught. My family and I were so distraught. I didn't know what to do. I went to the extreme extent, in fact, of joining the hunt saboteurs. I used to go out with the hunt saboteurs. I felt that was the only way I could get back at our local hunt.
Absolute
nonsense.
Janet. Yes. Anybody who hunts knows that the
guys, hit like and subscribe, please. Do it. Do it. Do it. Don't make me say it again. I probably will. But I'll do that by choice, not because you made me. Don't make me. Or
first thing one has to do is respect the landowner's
Just-
property. But if a hunt persistently trespass despite being asked not to, a civil action can be taken against that hunt, and it can cost them a great deal of money. The League Against Cruel Sports has done it and has funded farmers in taking cases.
We were talking earlier, we're talking now about farmers, but we went off with a side issue because Robin raised the issue of farmers, and unknown to him, we've got farmers here who are very unhappy with the situation, as they've just indicated. But Diana, and I think Hugh were talking about, Diana went to great length about the different forms of killing a fox, and all the time we were given this impression it's all clinical, it's all professional, it's all very competent, it's all very clean. Look at this clip that John can tell me about. This doesn't seem to me to be at all clinical or clean or even very...
This guy brought clips. He's already showed us a few already.
Civilized, or for civilized people. This is the fox, John.
Yeah, this is what most people don't recognize in hunting. It's the digging out of a fox which has gone to earth at the end of the chase. This is a fox which is alive. They're trying to pull it out by the tail and the back leg. There's a terrier inside the hole which is clamped onto the fox's face, and it's a tug of war between the terrier man and the terrier until it's actually pulled out and shot and then thrown to the hound.
Yeah, but it was actually shot before it was pulled out of the hole.
Yes,
it was shot before it came out.
Yes, but it had 10 minutes in that position. And if 50% of the foxes which are killed by hunts...
You've gone very quiet, ladies.
10,000 of those foxes...
And we didn't show you the rest of that because I think it's too distasteful for our viewers. But that fox...
I like the host say, you've gone very quiet.
was pulled and pieces and all the rest of it.
And it was dead.
Shot,
It wasn't dead. It was shot.
You have to remember that there are very strict rules and regulations for hunting under the Masters of Foxhounds Association rules. All right? Now, I don't know that particular incident because I wasn't there and I have never seen it before. But I would bet that fox was shot.
Those masters were suspended for 5 years for that.
Oh, for that particular one?
For that particular incident.
And that shouldn't happen, so it's been stopped.
The masters were suspended from being masters.
Which just shows
out.
That the rules and regulations work. That's what they're there for.
Oh, so we're using old material there, are we?
Well, it's 1991.
We can show you much more recent and much more...
Why didn't you, John? Why did you show us stuff that has been can be so easily discredited?
Well, we can show you stuff from last month going back...
How was it discredited? It wasn't discredited. It happened. It should never have happened. It happened as a result of your stupid ass sport. Dumbass. Again, with the suit.
Briefly to the buckhounds, where a
where is it?
Where is it?
Where is it?
Where is it? No, we're talking about foxes. No, John, I'm sorry. You're forcing me to go on the side of the fox hunters. If you've got evidence, why did we produce evidence that is out of date, for which people have already been disciplined, condemned, distanced, and now we've moved on? If you've got evidence, we want last week's evidence.
We do have much more recent stuff, obviously.
Can I just say that on that particular recent...
But I'm sorry, you have evidence of? What would your evidence show? Animals being killed? Also, is that what you're saying? You have evidence of animals being killed? No shit. In a different way? Is that? I don't know. Maybe you should have come prepared, since all your kills are just so lovely looking. And I'm sure they would be able to show that on TV too.
Clip you are referring to, the Forestry Commission held an investigation and came out with the findings that there was no cruelty involved.
And suspended
foxes. We're not going to argue about that issue. Am I nuts?
The Master to remember that there are very strict rules and regulations for hunting under the Masters of Foxhounds Association rules. All right? Now, I don't know that particular incident because I wasn't there and I have never seen it before.
I don't know that particular incident. I was never there and I've never seen it before. Proceed.
But I would bet that fox was shot.
Those masters were suspended for 5 years for that.
Oh, for that particular one?
For that particular incident.
And that shouldn't happen, so it's been stopped.
The masters were suspended from being masters.
Which just shows that the rules and regulations work. That's what they're there for.
Oh, so we're using old material there, are we?
Well, it's 1991.
We can show you.
So you don't know.
Well, why didn't you, John?
So you're just gonna listen to that old lady, right?
You show us stuff that can be so easily discredited.
Well, we can show you stuff from last month.
For which people have already been disciplined.
The forest...
Much more recent stuff, obviously.
Can I just say that on that particular recent clip you are referring to, the Forestry Commission held an investigation and came out with the findings that there was no cruelty involved.
You're full of shit. Wait a second. Lady. See, I was ready to give her the benefit of the doubt because that person said, oh, they were suspended for 5 years. Now this lady is saying, and remember, she said, I've never seen this before.
And came out recent clip you are referring to, the Forestry Commission held in... Can I just say that on that particular recent clip you are referring to, the Forestry...
Why did we produce evidence that is out of date, for which people have already been disciplined, condemned, distanced, and now we've moved on? If you've got evidence we want, we'll ask week's evidence.
We do have much more recent stuff, obviously.
Can I just say that on that particular recent clip you are referring to, the Forestry Commission held an investigation and came out with the findings that there was no cruelty involved.
And suspended
Well,
the
I-
foxes.
we're not going to argue about that issue, obviously.
I
Let's
saw a
leave it.
vixen drag her out of a hole, and the cubs brought out and killed the shovels.
But was that's not fox hunting?
Because you wouldn't be foxing hunting.
All the hounds and the bloody hounds and everything were around there. I've seen it with my own eyes. You weren't there for the start.
No, that's right. No.
I've seen it.
I've seen it.
Did you report it?
Oh,
What happens when
you know
perfectly well that it makes no difference.
I know
What
perfectly
you
well. I know perfectly well that if any incident is done that is in breach of Masters of Foxhounds Association rule, and it's reported either to the British Field Sports Society or to the Masters of Foxhounds Association, there is a full investigation. Become so and in violent, fact, people who try and take there is a video full footage, investigation, photographs and of there hunts. is
I can't hear
discipline.
you all, if you all talk at once. It's you I'm talking to, not Janet. You're interrupting Janet. Now,
Right, the only time that they bring out these rules and regulations if we've got video evidence of things like we've just seen on the television. This happens all the time. This is why hunts are getting so violent towards people. The League Against Cruel Sports monitors being assaulted. Just last weekend, there were a couple assaulted. Every time someone goes out with a video camera or stills camera and gets close to a kill, that is when the hunt becomes so violent, because you know that the population is against what you do. You know that the blood sports is on its way out, and you're just trying to fight on like a wounded animal. You're just trying to fight on, and you're trying to muddy and cloud the issue.
should we be, if we're talking about all forms,
fight on, and you're trying to muddy and cloud the issue.
should we be?
He hit him with the he hit him in the face with the mic.
If we're talking about
just trying to fight on, and you're trying to muddy and cloud the issue.
Should we be? If we're talking about all forms.
Come on, host. You've been doing so well. Oh man, these things are so entertaining. My God, are they not? Are they not? Just brand chicken, yeah. Just egg makes just chicken now. Very good, very good. Yeah. I've had it cooked different ways too. Mushroom steak is good. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It is. Hit like and subscribe, guys. Thank you. You didn't make me say it, but you kind of did. I had to do it.
Of hunting, should we be hair coursing too?
Absolutely not. No way. Hare coursing is, in essence, a test of speed and agility between two greyhounds. What will happen is hares will be contained within a beat line and will hopefully be flushed into the coursing field.
We've got film of this too. Let's see what's happening. Tell me about what's happening here. We'll show the video. Here's the hare.
Okay, what's happened is the hare's been flushed in past the greyhounds who are held at the beginning by a chap known as the slipper. She's given around 80 to 100 yards head start, and then the greyhounds are unleashed on her. About 1 in 5 are killed. Now, I believe this is Waterloo Cup footage.
This is an old car.
Right. I mean, certainly some areas that are traditional coursing areas, there are no longer the hare populations to sustain coursing on a regular basis. What happens, and what we do know with Altcar and a number of other areas, is that hares are captured from other parts of the country, transported to places like Altcar, so that they can then be resident for a period of time before the 3-day cup event takes place.
Why do you do it, Roy?
Where do you get your evidence from that?
Well, your
I
own,
mean,
the Waterloo Cup accounts.
Those hares are keepered. I mean, you've got keepers on the ground actually looking after the wildlife on that particular ground for 3 days of the year.
Why?
To course hares.
Why?
To do a natural thing.
Oh, greyhound chase. Hang on. I used to live across from that field, and the natural thing is not for greyhounds to be chasing hares at all costs.
Well, why were greyhounds bred?
Well, why are they don't chase them anywhere else, do they? They don't chase them around Ormskirk, around Altcar,
Well, they
around
do. It
Formby,
depends.
around Southport. Why'd you do it?
Well, I enjoy it.
What do you enjoy? Yes. What do you enjoy, Roy? What do you enjoy?
I enjoy seeing the hounds run that hare. You obviously see, you didn't see it on that film then, but a hare only starts actually running when those hounds are right behind it. It's a prey animal. That's why it's got its eyes at the side. So it literally...
Come on, my friend, be fair.
They're not torturing, are they?
Roy, you're talking to me. Come on, he's had a fair whack and he must have been behind.
I mean, they got hold of that hare, and within seconds there was someone there on hand. All right, both greyhounds got hold of it, which is very unusual.
This is absolute rubbish. Anybody that has been observing at the Altcar Waterloo Cup will see there are many, many hares who there's quite a tussle between the animals before the so-called handlers get up and dispatch the hare. And in fact, there has been this humane way of disposing of the animal that actually clubbed it to death. I don't call that particularly humane. And another facet of this very so-called sport, but I mean, why do people enjoy such a life and death thing? Man hasn't the right to enjoy this. He has the right to be honourable, not to enjoy killing. But the reason, the facet is, you also have betting. And I think that is really, you know, that really shows what a lot of it is about. Now you have the insensitive sort of people. There's a lot of very nice people, but they can suddenly turn off when it comes to a hunt or the killing of an animal. And therefore, in a way, they become insensitive. Now, we on the anti-side are very sensitive. We're very red-blooded about it. Yeah. It's the cold-blooded insensitivity of very nice people that really enjoy the activity that brings about the death of an animal. Now,
you know, I've never seen more sensitive people than fucking hunters and people who exploit animals. They are sensitive, wimpy fucking people. Extremely sensitive. People say like it's the animal rights people. Like the animal rights people can deal with it for the most part. I mean, they usually are animal rights people because they have dealt with it. And like sometimes I wonder if hunters are like the most insecure people on the planet. Is it hunters? Animal farmers? I don't know.
As well as those nice people.
They're definitely racing for the bottom, those two.
It also encourages the scum of the earth, and you will find them in hare coursing all over the British Isles, and they will go lamping at night. And why do they do it? They do it under the mantle of hare coursing with your so-called prestigious Waterloo Cup and all this.
Yeah. Preach, lady, preach.
I mean, we've been hunting animals with men for centuries.
We've been fighting wars for centuries.
Thank you. The fucking host is the one who can actually do this. Everybody else is just flailing around. That lady was pretty cool, though.
And we're still doing it.
But we don't think it's the right thing to do, though, do we?
Well, no,
we're not in favour of it.
I mean, I think the traditional argument is just ridiculous. The RSPCA has been campaigning to protect animals for 170 years. We've seen the end of badger baiting, dog fighting, cockfighting. I think it's just a matter of time. I mean, society moves on. It's just a matter of time before we get rid of fox hunting and stag hunting and things like that. There's only a very small percentage of the animals actually killed, the foxes and the stags. They're actually killed with hounds. There are other methods employed where there is shown a need to actually destroy them. And I think the hunters know that, you know, their time is running out. And that there's a vast majority of the population who actually would like to see an end to blood sports. And there's huge political support in Westminster. We've seen that when we've been trying to put legislation through.
Michael?
I think one of the things that worries me about the way the debate's going is that we're getting heavily involved in the emotional side and the sporting side.
But it is emotional, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. This guy wants to talk about condoms for deer. What was the other guy? No, he was the deer condom guy.
Yes, but I think we're losing sight of one important issue. And
deer condoms.
It is that the wildlife in the countryside, particularly the species that we're talking about, and I'm not talking about hares specifically, but my side of the house, the deer side, and it applies to other populations as well, do actually need controlling.
Deer condoms. Back on deer. I called it. You know why? Because that host praised him for, he's like, you're really winning this argument. You really got the animal people arguing about contraception for deer instead of the morality, right? And he's like, yeah, you know, you're right. I really am. Let's bring it back. Let's bring it back. Let's not talk about morality or anything. Let's just talk about condoms for deer.
And I think what we need to look at...
hares now. Hares don't need controlling, do they? There's only 800,000. There used to be...
Wait. I thought it was rabbits that fuck. We got the saying, fuck like rabbits. So, okay, do we have it all wrong? Do rabbits not fuck like I think they do? Well, then what would be a Playboy bunny then? My world's just getting flipped upside down. Should it be Playboy deer? Playboy stags and does, and I don't know, guys.
4 million of them. Do they need?
That's loss of habitat. That isn't hunting.
Well, in that case, if there's pressure from the habitat, you had naught to add to it by hunting them, had you?
But hunting, we've been doing hunting for centuries, so...
We just did this. We've been hunting for centuries. Well, he just debunked that with the war thing. It's back to it.
Why don't we stop building houses?
We used to chop people's hands off for stealing, but we don't do it anymore. Perhaps you think that's the right thing to do, but we don't do it. Should we be doing this?
Yeah, absolutely. And if that film had been a cheetah running a Thompson's gazelle down.
All right. Okay. Sorry, I haven't checked chat in a bit. Guys, I could sell some deer condoms. I could, Spooky. I could do it. I could do that. All right. You get your deer condoms at Tractor Supply, nerds. Flavored deer condoms.
Nobody would batted an eyelid.
Oh,
And
right.
David Attenborough. Yeah, it's natural.
Stop.
There is
That's
no
weird.
natural predator in this country
weird.
anymore to do that. But what?
Do you realise what happens on alt car? Essentially,
Yes, I
all
do.
the keepers on alt
Oh,
car
no,
are
tell me
doing
what happens
is
there.
they're providing a system so that they can have a wonderful number of hares to be coursed at Waterloo Cup. They're selecting the strong ones to be coursed and leaving the weak and the sick not to be coursed because they're just not deemed good sport, okay?
Yeah.
Now, what are you doing there? You're controlling predators as well. You're creating a ridiculous imbalance on that estate.
Yeah, up
Yes,
there, yeah. But,
yes,
yeah.
true.
Speechless. You're speechless.
Yeah.
So what are you going to do then? You're going to stop hunting hares?
No, absolutely not. It's man is a hunter by nature. He always has been. Yeah?
Come on.
I used to be an anti. I have been out
I
savvy.
think what we've just proved here is the bottom line is there's a moral imperative. It is either right or it is wrong. You can either
And you are
justify
trying
it
to
or you
impose your
can't.
morals
You
on
have-
me, and you've got no
just
right to do
failed
that.
to justify it.
I've
Now
got every
stop.
right to do what I want.
I think what we're forgetting is what is
I've
best.
got every right to do what I want, he says. Well, should there be any limits on what you can do? Do you believe in that?
For all these animals that are hunted at the moment, and what would happen to a fox or a deer if hunting was stopped? We talked about contraception for deer. Are we going to do that with foxes? Is the fox ever going to be a protected animal? It isn't. So what are we saying? How else are we going to start controlling these foxes? Well,
Wait, so she's saying that the fox should be protected, but we need to control them? What? I don't get it.
Why? What have you against contraception? The most damaging, dangerous, and overpopulated species on Earth is man, and I think
Thank you.
that we could take advantage of it, and I think it should be extended to other species.
The contraceptive argument is there, but we're coming down to this. We treat our wild animals differently than our domestic ones, our favourite ones. People who kill them are trained professional experts. People who kill wild animals...
That kid was 14 years old. I'm sorry, say again.
People who kill them are trained professional experts. People who kill wild animals, anyone can do it. without training.
Sorry. Okay. He was talking about, euthanizing pets.
14-year-old schoolboys can go out and kill deer. You don't get 14-year-old vets putting down 16-year-old arthritic dogs. It's time we treated our wild animals with the same respect and consideration and reverence as our domestic.
But John, my friend David here, and you just referred to the 14-year-old, does precisely that. He talked to the deer with great respect.
He did what?
Did it with dignity. He made sure he could kill cleanly, competently.
Host, you lost me. He treated the deer with dignity by shooting the deer. And by the way, why are we taking him at his word? Like, he did the clean kill. Of course he did. Sure. Look at this fucking kid. Look at.
Yeah, I actually had a year's training from 13 to 14, as well as my whole life.
Oh, a year's training. Yeah, you look like you couldn't fucking hold it straight right now on TV.
Training of knowing that you don't just go out with disrespect for deer. You have a respect for them, that they deserve a good death. They deserve to be killed instantly.
I accept that, but we don't let 14-year-olds. We don't let 14-year-olds.
Why are we back on whether kids should do it? God damn, it's such fails in this debate.
Go into slaughterhouses and shoot cows and horses.
We do let 14-year-olds do that. Kids are working in slaughterhouses all the time.
We don't let 14-year-olds go into veterinary surgeons and put cows. But we don't let 14-year-olds. We don't let 14-year-olds go into slaughterhouses and shoot cows and horses.
We do.
And sheep. We don't let 14-year-olds go into veterinary surgeons and put
Yes, that's
down
because they're not trained to do that. I have been trained
No, it's
my
not.
whole
It's
life
because
to shoot deer.
because you have to be an adult, trained, and show a sign of reverence
why am I
and
not adult
compassion.
and why am I not trained? I am at 14. I had made my mind up, and I had been trained for my whole life that killing deer, I knew how to kill deer humanely.
I've probably killed.
You're 14, kid. Trained your whole life. You're 4. Oh my God.
More animals than you have, and I don't know. I really do not understand. I've shot deer. I've shot badgers.
What are you saying? We should ban all?
No, these are road
sports?
accident victims. I just do not understand how anyone get any pleasure out of that. I had every animal I killed, and it was for its own sake.
I don't get any
finished
pleasure
up
out of
going
it.
into a top field and weeping a few tears.
Alison, explain how you can get. We're talking about banning all blood sports. You can't understand how you can get pleasure out of it. It should be banned.
Right, I go hunting, and I enjoy go hunting, and nobody here is going to believe me if I said I didn't. Out hunting, there is only one person who's responsible for hunting the hounds, and that is your huntsman. Everybody else is following. They're there for a day out in the countryside. They enjoy watching the hounds work. They enjoy, if it's a man.
You're just making the point of the animal people that you're just doing this for enjoyment. Thank you.
Mounted pack, they enjoy riding their horse. But at the end of the day, there's just one person who's hunting those hounds, and that's the huntsman. And to the fox, it makes no difference if there's one person or there's 50. And you have to remember that the hunts are providing a service to the landowner. Now, you take hunting away, you ban hunting, you must ask yourself what is going to replace hunting. And I can assure you that something...
If you ban hunting, what will replace hunting? Nothing will replace hunting. We don't want to replace hunting. Fuck hunting. I hate these people so much.
Will, and we will see an increase in indiscriminate snaring. We may see a return of poisoning and gassing, which is terrible for all wildlife.
Again, I think if other people saw what I saw at such a tender age, there'd be a lot more vegetarians as we are in this world. And it's the way you look when you're talking about it, the way your eyes are shining. This young boy here, I admire him for his honesty, but I can't comprehend.
I don't. He's a gross little twerp. Fucking little rich kid.
And I feel there must be something missing.
But
in
she's
these people's
saying that if you
lives.
don't let the traditions of the countryside continue, the alternatives are going to be much worse.
Well,
I don't think so.
Julie,
many researches have been done, especially by the Department of Agriculture and Fisheries and Food in Scotland, and they've done research on foxes, and they have come up with the facts, and these are just facts that they have done their research on. But first of all, hunting really does very little to do away with the foxes, because you would actually have to get rid of 70%.
I feel as bad as a huntsman here. Take care of yourselves. See you in the morning.
They didn't do any research.
70%. To do away with the foxes, because you would actually have to get rid of 70%.
That's enough. We're out of time. Because the allotted time for this was 43:11.
I feel as bad as a huntsman here. Take care of yourselves. See you in the morning.
They didn't do any research.
You don't like that. All right. Well, we've gotten through another one. Steadily working our way through that. Steadily. All right. Let's keep it going. Thanks for hanging out, guys. I've got this one pulled up. We'll make this the last video. This is Scottish reporters. Who's watching Mrs. L? 1994. This one's got 0 likes. Let's see if it's worthy. 2015, Scottish program investigating, well, that's just when it was posted. Scottish program investigating vivisection at Glasgow University and Inverness Research Institute and the secrecy involved with it gives some interesting stories of the Research Defense Society maintaining a blacklist of people applying for jobs in such institutions, surveillance of peaceful campaigners, collusion between hunt thugs and the police, and agent provocateurs infiltrating BUAV, the British Union for the Abolition of Vivisection. Includes Les Ward of Advocates for Animals, coverage of the Justice Department, Catriona Kirkpatrick of the Hunt Saboteurs Association, footage of the Animal Liberation Front attack on Edinburgh University, the Animal Rights National Index, links with the vivisection industry, and the John Newbury Street hoax bomb. All right, cool. Check.
An Edinburgh park, a green oasis of tranquility. But notwithstanding appearances, this woman is a suspected terrorist. As she keeps an eye on her dog Dougal, we ask, who's watching Mrs. L?
Who's watching Mrs. L? Put that VHS in there. They don't make TV like they used to.
Glasgow University, where animal rights campaigners last month claimed shame on the seat of learning that keeps up a research link condemned a decade ago.
I love that guy's voice.
George,
hear that again.
Glasgow University, where animal rights campaigners last month claimed shame on the seat of learning that keeps up a research link condemned a decade ago. I'm George Hume. Tonight, Scottish Reporters looks at the dark cloak of secrecy that shrouds animal experimentation and testing. And
what up, Louis? What up,
we ask,
Felix,
who
nerds,
wins in a world
Jeffrey,
of intrigue, suspicion, terrorism, and infiltration?
Taiwan,
who is watching Mrs.
Spooky,
L?
Matt,
Have animal rights
Simply
become a civil rights issue?
And yes, as Jeffrey said,
10
Spooky said, hit that like, hit that subscribe, and if you feel so compelled, hit that bell notification as well. That's a lot. 3 things, 3 clicks. For me, that's a lot, actually, because I don't have clicking ability on this laptop anymore. I think some olive oil got in the thing. As it does, as it does.
Years ago, Keller's treatment of baboons at the University of Pennsylvania's Head Injuries Clinical Research Center brought international outrage, a halt to the work, and a fine on the university. Glasgow University collaborated in these experiments and defended the work. Today, regardless of that embarrassing involvement, Glasgow University is again working hand in hand with the scientists from Penn University. Toward the end of 1993, a report entitled Cities of Shame claimed that...
That was a choice. Guys, I'm going to sit looking away, and then when it's my time to speak, I'll look over like that. Maybe I'll do it like this. Recreate this.
Today, regardless of that embarrassing involvement, Glasgow University is again working hand in hand with the scientists from Penn University. Toward the end of 1993, a report entitled Cities of Shame claimed that Edinburgh and Glasgow were among the busiest centres for animal experimentation and testing in the United Kingdom. You might not have known that, but that's not your fault, because the animal testing and experimenting industry is very keen to keep a low profile. Companies busy in the business of testing pharmaceuticals often also handle other products closer to the commercial cutting edge of a redder lipstick and a greener supermarket pea. There are many such laboratories throughout the United States and other products closer to the commercial cutting edge of a redder lipstick and a greener supermarket pea. There are many such laboratories throughout the United Kingdom, and Scotland has its fair share. All plead commercial confidentiality and demand anonymity when it comes to the question of who does what with animals. The government says, don't worry, the Home Office inspectorate is there to look after the public's interest, and that of the laboratory animals too. But the charity, Advocates for Animals, argues, not so.
Not so.
I think at face value and open to the public, they would seem to be tough. Our criticisms of them are that there's only 21 Home Office inspectors, men and women, to cover the whole of Britain. Now we're talking of nearly 3 million experiments every year going on in 400 research laboratories by something in the region of 15 to 18,000 scientists. How on earth can they make sure everything is going on well? How can we be sure, for example, that they're coming down hard on these scientists?
The new weapon in the hands of animal rights campaigners is the video camera. Infiltrate an activist with a camera, and any guilty secrets which a laboratory may have are secrets no longer.
But you see, by now having the power of the video camera, which allows us maybe to get people inside laboratories, i.e. by getting a job within them, the scientific community and the Home Office cannot deny what is on video film. The Home Office inspectors knew that was going on and they did nothing about it. And they were in his laboratory 28 times, and anyone only needed to be in his laboratory for a few minutes, as I was, and he fell asleep in front of me. He couldn't remember from 1 minute to the next what he was about to do or what he had to do. Now, the Home Office inspectors must have turned a blind eye to that sort of nonsense. So therefore, I regret to say, as an organisation that supported the new legislation on animal experiments, we're bitterly disappointed at what the Home Office inspectorate are doing to protect laboratory animals.
Sorry, guys, you already saw it. Now you get to see it with my reaction.
Could be in the whole
and all right,
everything fits in and criticisms of and open to the public.
All right.
I think at face value and open to the public, they would seem to be tough. Our criticisms of them are that there's only 21 Home Office inspectors, men and women, to cover the whole of Britain. Now we're talking of nearly 3 million experiments every year going on in 400 research laboratories by something in the region of 15 to 18,000 scientists. How on earth can they make sure everything is going on well? how can we be sure, for example, that they're coming down hard on these scientists?
The new weapon in the hands of animal rights campaigners is
Trigger.
the video camera. Infiltrate an activist with a camera, and any guilty secrets which a laboratory may have are secrets no longer.
But you see, by now having the power of the video camera, which allows us maybe to get people inside laboratories.
Sorry, you guys had to see that twice if you did.
I.e. by getting a job within them. The scientific community and the Home Office cannot deny what is on video film. The Home Office inspectors knew that was going on and they did nothing about it.
This one's brutal.
And they were in his laboratory 28 times, and anyone only needed to be in his laboratory for a few minutes, as I was, and he fell asleep in front of me. He couldn't remember from 1 minute to the next what he was about to do or what he had to do. Now, the Home Office inspectors must have turned a blind eye to that sort of nonsense. So therefore, I regret to say, as an organisation that supported the new legislation on animal experiments, we're bitterly disappointed at what the Home Office inspector are doing to protect laboratory animals in this country.
I'll say.
These are the laboratories of Inverest Research International, one of East Lothian's biggest employers. There's about 530 people work here. They carry out testing on a wide range of products, some of them pharmaceuticals, others simple day-to-day products like propellant.
Why is he facing the camera like that? He should have done the side thing again. He should have been like, this place employs 500 people. Would have been way more dramatic and hilarious.
Gases for things like aerosol cans, kind of stuff you would find in your home. For most of these experiments, they use rats, dogs, and monkeys.
And there could have been a nice zoom right when he turned. Just quick zoom on his face.
Bridget Wilkins is a veterinary student in Edinburgh.
And it is
Last
so
summer,
cold.
she applied for a
So
job
cold.
at Inverest and was pleased to get a letter inviting her for interviews.
Well, I made an application to Inverest Research Centre as an animal technician because I had welfare concerns about the animals, the way in which the animals they were using were being kept, and also the experiments which they were doing. And I wanted to see for myself and convince myself as to what was going on.
All set to do her best in interview at Inverest, and frank about her intention to keep a keen eye on animal welfare there, Bridget Wilkins got a second letter from Inverest. It told her bluntly, "You need not come."
You
I
need
took
not
it that
come.
an error had been made, so
That's not a partner you want, guys. Guys, what if, and I'm sorry to be so immature, but if you have a partner that says to you, "You need not come," I'm just trying to break it up a little bit. This one's grim, isn't it? You need not come.
I asked them, was this an error, or was the letter correct, and had the interview actually been cancelled?
I'm actually going to use that.
told-
I'm going to start saying that. It's going to be my thing. You need not come. Okay, anyway.
That yes, the interview had been cancelled and wouldn't go ahead. And the reason for that was that the Research Defence Society had given information to Inverest,
but
which
I'm just playing it out in my head. Jeremy, is that it? For real? That's it? That is all. You need not come.
they felt that by employing me, they would be constituting a security risk.
Branded and undesirable by the Research Defence Society. But just who are they? The RDS, like Advocates for Animals, has been in the thick of the argument about animal testing for almost a century. Its membership includes testing laboratories, research institutes, and universities. Its primary purpose, says the RDS, is to counter the animal rights argument, to set out clearly the benefits of research to mankind and animals alike. Also, they keep a keen eye on the opposition.
Right now, we are in the middle of the biggest letter bomb campaign that they have ever had. There have been something like 34 letter bombs since October 1993 up until January of 94. And that's the biggest campaign we've seen to date.
Now, you yourselves have been on the receiving end of a bomb.
Well, it was sent out just before Christmas, and it was contained in one of these standard post office purchased mailing tubes. 13 of them, however, contained a few ounces of explosive and a triggering device and a number of syringe needles. Yeah, these were really very nasty devices designed to injure quite badly or blind someone.
Now, many people listening to this program may find it incomprehensible, quite unbelievable, that an organization such as yours, at the center of the argument, does not maintain a register of intelligence of names and activists and disseminate these to interested parties.
The best lists that we've ever seen actually are kept by the animal rights movement themselves, who produce quite comprehensive lists of their own supporters and organizations. And there is quite a labyrinthine set of small animal rights groups around the country.
Do you keep
I mean, he's probably not wrong. It is kind of interesting how we're in a different era where nowadays everybody's social network is there for all to see if you're on one of the social networks, obviously. Yeah. In my interview with Peter Young, the ALF fugitive turned writer, mink liberator, fox liberator, I believe, he had mentioned in his story about how the prosecutors were offering him a sweetheart deal to basically just name his friends, just talk about his friends. And he didn't do it. Good on you, Peter. But I just think it's very fascinating that nowadays, like, well, we just check your Facebook or something. There's your friends. I mean, unless you're crafty, right? But different time.
Records of their records, then, as published.
Oh, we've got copies of all the things they publish, and I think these things are freely available.
They are.
It's not something we've very ever often had resource and need to use.
So in effect, you do have a reference system at no cost to yourselves.
Absolutely, as anyone can purchase from the animal rights movement.
But just a minute. How was the RDS, or any research laboratory for that matter, able to make the not inconsiderable leap that linked the 15-year-old Bridget Wilkins from Nottingham with the 28-year-old Bridget Wilkins, veterinary student living in Edinburgh, 250 miles and 14 years apart?
She had also applied to more than one other research laboratory as unknown as an animal rights activist. Some of these companies picked up that she was listed in more than one place as an animal rights activist, as a leader of a local animal rights group, as a contact person for a national animal rights group, and they obviously refused to even consider her for the job, since from her application she was concealing the fact that she was an animal rights activist, and obviously one assumes therefore trying to get the job with evil intent.
Evil intent.
Did you?
Evil intent. I like how he put it that way.
You know that she was an animal rights activist?
Well, because one of the companies
Didn't
that
he
picked
just
her
say?
up this way made no secret of it and told several people it was regarded as something of a joke that she'd been so silly.
If you had in mind a particular job which you wanted to do, then you would send off multiple applications, just as if you wanted to work in a certain field with a certain company, you'd send to several of those companies that you knew, either within your area or countrywide.
Does it suggest anything to you as to why Inveresk were able to say to you 48 hours after they had written to you and said, yes, please come and have an interview, that other people, in addition to Dr. Matfield's organization, had been in touch with them? What does that suggest to you?
Well, it does seem that there's perhaps some central organisation which is disseminating information to the different research organisations on people who they see to be a security risk.
We're not an intelligence unit. There is a police intelligence unit which looks at the animal.
I'm captivated. This is a very interesting episode. Everybody's chatting on the mobile one, by the way. That's where the chats are. In case you're on the landscape and you're like, where is everybody? Oh, they're all chatting on the vertical view one. All right. Hit like. Wait. I feel like I downplayed that a little bit. Don't just hit the like. Smash it. Pound it. Fuck it. Fuck that like button. And more importantly, the subscribe button. That's the one that's really important. So if you only have one click in you, it's the subscribe button. If you only have one fuck in you, I'm sorry. I know I'm putting in a lot of people. Probably some people who would subscribe and they're like, this guy's dumb. No need.
Although they are
I get it.
able to advise some organizations which are the target of the animal rights extremists, they mostly work by liaising with other police forces. We, through experience over the years, obviously know some of the names.
It is the career which I want to go into, and I want to use that career in veterinary medicine very positively towards ends for animals. And I don't want to feel that I have been blacklisted.
We contacted Inveresk and were courteously received, but they had nothing to say, nothing to hide, and no, we could not film there. This is a copy of the list.
They have nothing to hide, and no, you cannot film.
List of animal rights contacts, which the RDS says the experimentation industry uses to sniff out potential infiltrators. It makes very interesting reading. Among the alleged subversives, for example, are Butte Island Foods, the Orkney Seal Rescue, and a dog rescue organization. We used the same list to get in touch with Scotland's animal campaigners.
Oh, hello, it's George Hume, Scottish Reporters.
We uncovered a nasty campaign of surveillance and found that no matter how innocent a stall of leaflets in Glasgow's Sauchiehall Street might seem, a sharp eye is being kept, even on the kind-hearted.
The more I found out, the more horrified I became, and I felt so guilty about that. I thought I shall dedicate the rest of my life to trying to help them. So I do it on a voluntary, unpaid basis, and I've made the firm commitment. I think to myself sometimes at night, I may not be much, my little friends, but you've got me for life, and that's the way I feel about it.
You're being watched. Ever that you have other little friends standing out there with cameras that you don't know much about?
Well, I do get my photograph taken really quite frequently now. They may be admirers, but somehow I don't think so. And I do wonder sometimes, you know, what files I appear on, and, you know, I'm totally dedicated to lawful.
Take it as a compliment if you're on the files, if you're on some files. And hey, it's like, you guys, they might be your viewers, okay? So regardless, hit like and subscribe. You wouldn't want to miss one of my streams, would you?
And any organisation I help or support is also, they're very well respected and very law-abiding. And I do wonder, you know, you see sort of people sneaking up and snapping you, and you think, what is it all about, you know?
So who's taking the phone? I mean, describe them. Are they middle-aged gents? Or
Yes, usually men, people who seem to come just with the intention of photographing you, and then they nip off again before you can say, you know, why are you doing this? So it does, I must say, it does cause me some concern. I would be very, very upset to think I was looked upon as a possible subversive, because, as I say, I'm totally dedicated to peaceful campaigning, and I don't really know why I should be on any such list. And it would upset me, particularly if I thought, you know, might be used against me, which would be unbelievably unfair, really.
Spies, sneaky photos for a blacklist, counter-espionage. It does seem unlikely, but not so. Last year, a number of Hunt protesters in the borders found that their names and addresses had been leaked to huntsmen, the trace made through the number plates on their cars. Members of the Bakru hunt had the full picture on the hunt saboteurs, chapter and verse, in, one might think, just the way that police would get the information through the comprehensive but confidential computer data held on a national police file.
The huntsman approached the car and ran down the window to speak to him.
It's kind of funny, like watching it, like, you know, these investigators and, you know, like they have no idea what to do with the open rescue movement of the people who just broadcast everything to the world. They don't know what to do because so much of this is about intimidation and fear and, you know, like, guys, it's not scary. It's just not. It's not scary.
And he said, he was just chatting away, and then he said, well, you don't look like a Mrs. Kirkpatrick to me. And somebody else in the car said, what does she look like? And he said, oh, I believe this car is registered to Mrs. Kirkpatrick. And then he said my mother's address as well. And after that, we were like, well, how did you get that address? I'm fairly sure it was the police. They've not ever offered any viable alternative of how they got the address. I think it's quite frightening that the police are willing to hand out. I mean, as far as they know, I was a single woman and they were quite happy to hand out my address. As it happens, I wasn't living there at the time, but my mother was living alone and they're quite happy to hand out a single woman's address.
Yes. Thank you, Liberate 269. You can be a little more gentle and a little more loving towards that like button than the way I made it sound. You don't have to be so disrespectful, as it were. Make love to that like button. Wine and dine that like button. Take them out to dinner. Take them to a nice movie. Take them to an animal sanctuary.
And considering all the crimes against women, I think that's ridiculous on that level as well.
A complaint was made and an inquiry held by Lothian and Borders Police. The simple upshot of their investigation, unable to establish how the information got out, no prospect of a prosecution. In November 1991, Scotland suffered its most violent attack at the hands of animal liberation extremists. Research laboratories at Edinburgh University's Bush Estate were extensively damaged in a firebomb attack.
The alarm was raised about 4:30 this morning, and 50 firemen fought the blaze for more than 4 hours. Fires also broke out in 2 other animal
Despite the passage of more than 2 years, no arrests have been made, no charges laid, no one brought to book. But even as the embers cooled, police were collecting names.
People, as I've said earlier, who firebomb individuals and put human life at risk clearly need to be caught quickly. But solely because people who join this organization give us names and addresses in confidence. So we didn't want to release those names and addresses, and our solicitors advised us not to. Within an hour, they were back with a warrant and they took away our mailing list. I believe, according to them, they wanted to cross-reference our membership with other memberships of other organizations which they had in their possession.
Just where could such a cross-check be made? Where is the data stored? ARNI, the Animal Rights National Index, is maintained here at New Scotland Yard in London. It lists over 21,000 entries, the names and addresses of people concerned about animal welfare. But more than that, I can't tell you, for the police are extremely coy about their register. They won't say where they get their information, what the criteria are for a listing, and what they do with what they know. They will say only that they are answerable to the Home Office. The published material on animal rights supporters lists some 2,500 names, but the ARNI computer boasts a further 20,000 entries, giving details even of hair color and other personal peculiarities.
Hey.
ARNI maintains it has absolutely no connection whatsoever with the animal testing or experimentation industry. But Scottish Reporters has obtained tapes of an ARNI representative, we have his name, giving a lecture in March of last year to members of that industry.
I just want to make sure that they also have me accurately depicted in their files. So I just want to make sure that you see my slender, nice finger. Okay. When you put me in your file, make sure you get that. Okay. Make sure you get that. Get that there. Okay. Lobe, prominent middle finger. Very prominent.
Organizations.
Impressive, even. Endowed. I hope they write endowed. I hope they put that. Very endowed middle finger.
Which have absolutely nothing whatsoever.
I can only hope.
With terrorism. And he goes on to tell them how they can best avoid infiltration by the animal rights movement. The tapes cast grave doubt on the impartiality of Arnie.
Something I want to speak about is infiltration, which I'm sure is very close to your heart. And all I can speak about really is so far that the...
I'll read it for you guys. The subject I want to speak about is infiltration, which I'm sure is very close to your hearts. All I can speak about is so far what has come to light and what's come to the notice of our unit.
And what's come to the notice of our unit. She was formerly known as Louise Molyneux. She was actually employed as a campaigns officer for now.
She was formerly known as Louise Molyneux. She was actually a, quotes, campaigns officer for NABS. She changed her name by deed poll, cut and dyed her hair to come on now. To alter her appearance, she initially obtained a job as a junior technician.
Just why, you may ask, would a police intelligence unit amass such meticulous detail? And what happened to privacy? Some freedom of information or discussion by either the companies which do experiment with animals or by the police itself could very well throw up innocent explanations of some of the items that have come out in this program. But they don't speak. They hide behind the argument that they have a very real threat of violence to them by the Animal Liberation Front, the ALF.
After some 60 bombs against individuals by the animal rights extremists, the police have not even been able to arrest one person yet. In our view, the police powers are clearly insufficient to deal with this problem, and we've been pressing the Home Secretary to produce additional legislation on new police powers before some of the medical researchers are actually killed by these extremists.
Our view of animal rights is respect for all life, be it animal and human life as well. There's no doubt there always has been secrecy, the way animals are treated in laboratories, but this has now given the scientific community the cloak to hide behind. We cannot speak to you because if we put our faces on television, we will be attacked. I think it's a good excuse to avoid getting into debate.
Quite apart from the outrages of the Animal Liberation Front, there are apparently those happy to add to the loony fringe picture that so discourages and damages real debate. Scottish Reporters has obtained hard evidence of a determined attempt to subvert a perfectly legal campaign against the laboratory animal supplier. An agent provocateur urged violent action, seeking to put the campaign on the wrong side of the law.
He stressed that he had military skills, and he kept asking me, Robin, make the most use of my skills that I developed in the army, reconnaissance and so forth. I dismissed his talk as that of an eccentric. But as things added up, I became very suspicious. And on one occasion, he attended an event where he wore a leather belt with a hunting scene on the buckle. So,
what did you find significant about that? Just not the kind of thing an animal activist
no
does?
self-respecting animal campaigner would wear a leather belt, particularly with a hunting scene, and certainly not the militant campaigner he was trying to make out that he was, suggesting continually that we should, as a group, get involved in more ALF-style activities.
No, did he?
That was a pretty easily avoidable mistake by that infiltrator, huh?
He urged that course of action frequently.
From the start, he actually suggested it to individuals in the campaign group and to myself. on occasion after occasion.
Good night, Mary.
We continually
Thanks.
told
Hello
we're
and good
a
night.
peaceful campaigning group that work within
What
the
comment?
law. We've
What
been very
comment?
successful in getting a lot of media coverage about the activities of this animal breeders and the export of animals all over the world, and we are very successful.
We have a secretly made video of one protest meeting during which persistent efforts were made to turn that peaceful protest into an illegal act.
We can go in here the other way. All we can do is ask you to leave.
Going where? Here?
Back way, yeah. It's big flat runs down. All we can do is say, would you mind leaving the premises or whatever?
He actually showed me an extremely detailed map of all the alarm systems of B&K Universal, all the different security traps and so forth. It was an exceptionally detailed map on an A4 sheet. When I told him, I said, I've told you, Andy, on many occasions, that this is not the sort of group we are. He said, all right, well, give it to someone you know who would use it. Now, I refuse to take hold of that map, and I feel to this day, if I had taken hold of that map at the end of this protest outside Banting Kingman headquarters, I would probably have been subsequently arrested.
What do you think he hoped to achieve by infiltrating your organization?
It was a well-planned, well-organized, determined effort to subvert a legitimate and lawful campaign, animal rights campaigning. It's a sinister development, and we feel that the public should be aware that, you know, the right to protest, the right to freedom of speech is actually under threat from activities, sinister activities, such as, you know, we've seen in this campaign.
And that, for the time being, is where that particular story ends. The man in question has disappeared. Animal rights groups continue to be frustrated by a lack of information. And if it comes to that, the British public at large has no way of knowing exactly what does go on in these laboratories. The discussion has been driven underground. It's now a matter of fear, suspicion, and intrigue. And in addition, 21,000 people are on a Big Brother list, and they don't even know about it.
They do now.
And what of that terrorist in Edinburgh, the middle-aged woman running Dougal the dog, perhaps as an agent? We tracked her down and called.
George from Scottish Reporters. May I come in?
Yes, do.
Okay.
Well, I am an activist in that writing letters is definitely an animal welfare activity.
And how do you feel about being on a list of alleged subversives and terrorists?
It'd be absolutely ridiculous. Just ridiculous. I belong to a Christian Fellowship of Healing. I'm hardly going to go around planting bombs and blowing people up.
I mean, I feel like people should just take it as a compliment, really. If you're on one of them lists, it means you shook shit up a little bit. Or, you know, you look. That's an interesting one. Speaking about the infiltrators in the movement, I mean, we have surely seen a ton of that. And people are getting suspected all the time. People that rile up issues. You know, even me, sometime I have suspected people who probably weren't, just because they were like so hyper-focused on issues that divided the movement in a very destructive way. Could have been, I don't know. But then the distrust that we have with each other, because if people are looking over the shoulder, oh, that person's, you know, sus. This person's sus. It's kind of what they want you to be doing. So it's just like, use your common sense. If people are acting weird, just note it in your mind. But really famously, and other people can speak more to this because this is a long way back, but there are some famous cases of people who infiltrated the movement to such an extent that they fathered children with activists. And then, you know, ghosted them after having kids and everything. So yeah, it does happen. It does happen. All right. Well, I think it's that time, guys. Let us one more time end on a musical note. This is for, I'm going to dedicate this one to Milan Fashion Week, who has lost another partner, their second in as many weeks. Thanks to the work of good activists who are calling this stupid ass Fashion Week out for promoting fur. Well, Milan Fashion Week, I hope you enjoy this beautiful, beautiful tune. Absolutely beautiful. All right. Thanks for watching, guys. Hit like, hit subscribe, and have a good night. Go Djokovic. He's playing in a bit. Yeah. Against Musetti. Djokovic, Musetti. For a spot in the semifinal. I know y'all don't care. Some of y'all care, though. Spot in the semifinals of the Australian Open. That's our boy. It's my boy, anyway. All right. Have a good night, y'all. Thank you. Let me just quickly check the chat. Just make sure I'm not missing anything that I need to acknowledge. Make sure. All right. Hey, Steven, how you doing? Right at the end, Vegan Heretic. It's my boy. We've done an interview. Yeah. Oh, you know what? You know what? I'll mention this. Might get in touch with you, Steven. But yeah, you guys have a great night, and I will talk to y'all later. Oh, wait. Planetary Wish, let me answer your question. Hi, do you think it's okay to wear a hand-me-down old fur coat that was made in 1980, or is it better not to wear it in public as to not normalize it? I would say don't wear that shit. That is animal skin. It's obviously not as bad as like purchasing, but that would be my take. I would say don't normalize fur. But that's just me. I you know, others might have a different opinion. Okay. All right, you guys. Sorry if I miss any comments. It's really hard for me to keep track of all the chats when I have to go between streams, when I lose my ability on StreamYard, when the glitch happens. So I apologize if I miss any questions, poignant comments, you know, anything like that. But I didn't do it on purpose. Take care, guys. Thank you for joining. Have a good night.